tak jako.
Dobré odpoledne. Doufám, že jste zvládli oběd. Vidím, že jste všichni přežili včerejší party, buď to jste na ní nebyli, anebo jste zodpovědní a šli jste domů včas. Vítám vás na dnešním panelu. Je to vlastně panel, který pořádáme v rámci Anomálie, kde se snažíme poskytovat lidem vzdělání, se kterým se mohou dostat do herního průmyslu. A ten panel vlastně se jmenuje dost podobně, jak se dostat do herního průmyslu a uspět v něm. Včera jsme tady měli... Co, budeme se bavit o imposter syndromu. Včera jsme tady měli vedoucí studií, projektové manažery a další podobné funkce. Dneska tady máme přímo tvůrce, kteří se na hrách podílí. Máme tady 3D výtvarníka Lukáše Metka. Máme tady Martina Vaňa. Máme tady Hedviku Jandovou. Tady děláme takový legrace, která se věnuje všem možným věcem, které se týkají od QA až po přípravu hry na vlastně vydání. Pak tady máme Aleše, Adama Smetanu, ty jména. Adama Smetanu z Pixel Federation, programátora, kodera, vývojáře a Martina Petráska, taky výtvarníka, bych řekl, herního designéra z Warhorse. No a vzhledem k tomu, jak se tvářili na moje představování, tak já bych je poprosil, aby se nám ještě dopředstavili. Poprosím vás, abyste řekli, co vlastně je náplní vaší práce, co v herním průmyslu děláte. Funguje to?
Raz, dva, jo.
Jména neumíme, ale mikrofony ano.
No, aktuálně já jsem v pozici art directora ve firmě, která se jmenuje Pixel Games, s tím, že se teďka soustředíme na primárně jako pomoc na různé světové projekty, 2A, 3A věci a tak dále. A předtím vlastně jsem strávil skoro 18 let čistě jako indie.
Fakt jo.
A s tím, že jsem vlastně dělal veškerý vizuál pro naše hry, byli jsme od 3 lidí po nějakých třeba 8 lidí maximum v týmu. A já jsem byl zodpovědný víceméně od jakoby konceptů nějakých základních přes 2D, 3D, až po marketingové materiály a tak. To znamená, že já mám zkušenosti vlastně s celou pipelinou, co se týká jakoby vizuality a tvorby jakoby té kompletní hry od A do Z. Což mi samozřejmě potom pomáhá jakoby v té aktuální funkci, kde můžu dohlížet vlastně na celý tým a v podstatě vím od čeho kousek, takže
ty jsi byl vlastně art director vždycky, ale až teďka to máš na vizitce.
Jo, přesně. Ono je jako blbý si říkat art director, když pod sebou nikoho nemáš, že jo?
Svůj vlastní art director. Dobře, Hedviko.
No, takže já se jmenuji Hedvika Jandová, je to správně tam. Jsem ze studia Flying Red, ne Flying Reds, každopádně můžete nás tady najít, takže za náma můžete přijít. Já jsem každopádně začínala teda jako úplně obyčejný řádový tester a ještě ke všemu brigádní. To byla jako moje první práce v game industry.
Počkej, to spojuješ další otázku.
Ježiš, tak to se ti omlouvám.
Pohodě.
No, ale v tuhletu chvíli pracuji každopádně jako Chief Quality Officer a právě zmíněný Release Manager a trošičku už fušu lidem do projektového managementu, takže jsem taková pro všechno.
Jsi strašně dobrá v tom projektovém managementu, já to vím z vlastní zkušenosti. Poprosím teda Adama.
Ne, tak já primárně dělám klientáckého programátora pro Pixel s tím, že mám přesah do grafického designu a i marketingu, protože předtím jsem asi 4 nebo 5 let dělal grafický design a co se týče marketingu, tak skoro na denní bázi komunikuju spíš a dělám zakázky pro streamery a lidi okolo Twitche, takže to je tak nějak pro mě bokem, tak to je tak, co já dělám.
Díky. A Martin?
Já jsem Martin Petrásek, moje jméno je správně tady, ne tam. A pracuji ve Warhorse. Vzhledem k tomu, že nemáme oznámený projekt, tak nemůžu přesně říct, kde dělám, ale nejblíž tomu je open world designer, tomu, co byste si dokázali představit, co asi je moje náplň práce. Kromě toho jsem zakládající člen a především designér v indie studiu Fairy Snail Games.
Tak, já vám děkuji za vaše představení. Je to panelová diskuze, takže můžete se ptát, jestli chcete rovnou, ale moje zkušenosti jako moderátora hovoří o tom, že většinou lidi se potřebují trošičku rozehřát, osmělit, takže jsem si připravil sám několik otázek, ale ve chvíli, kdy mi dojdou, tak tady budu takhle stát a bude tady trapné ticho, jo? Takže si už jako začínejte rozmýšlet, nebo i vy se můžete ptát sebe navzájem. Můžete se zeptat třeba Martina, co teda za tu hru, jestli nám opravdu nemůže vyzradit, ani maličko, nebo a tak dále. Ale já se budu ptát trošku nevinnější otázku a můžeme začít od tebe, když máš v ruce mikrofon. Jak se vlastně ty...
A tvoření her obecně je způsob, jak to spojit všechno do jednoho, protože je to jak nějaká technologie, tak nějaký umění. A díky tomu jsem založil vlastně vlastní firmu, která se zabývala různýma zakázkama, kde se tvořily webové stránky, na začátku animované filmy a postupně jsme se přesunuli k tvorbě komerčních her. A když to nějakou dobu fungovalo, tak jsem se rozhodl, že je dobrý krok to posunout dál a založili jsme vlastní nezávislý herní studio, ve kterém jsme začali tvořit hry. Takže pro mě to bylo hodně o tom, co jsem studoval a kde jsem získával nějaké znalosti, což právě bylo z obou těch oborů, IT a výtvarna, který mi potom umožnili pochopit oba ty obory a vlastně stát jakoby nad nima ve chvíli, kdy jsem potřeboval designovat nějaké mechaniky nebo víc nějaký menší týmy. Tak, nenapadá mě, co bych k tomu mohl víc říct.
Můžeš předat slovo.
Jo, tak já předávám slovo Adamovi.
Tak já rád na tuhle otázku odpovídám ve stylu, že já jsem se dostal do herního průmyslu plnou náhodou, protože já jsem původně na střední školu chtěl jít na režiséra, ale tam jsem se nedostal, takže na poslední chvíli byl tam druhý obor a to byl vývoj multimediálních aplikací, který se zaměřoval do jisté míry i na hry. A první 2 roky to byla děsná bolest, ale pak jsem v tom našel zálibu a kousl jsem se a udělal jsem tu nejhloupější věc, co asi maturitní projekt si může vzít, řekl jsem si, že naprogramuju MMORPG. A bylo to hloupý, ale zároveň chytrý, protože vlastně se mi to za ten rok a půl povedlo, jako celý networking všechno vyřešit. A potom vlastně po škole jsem dal vysoké škole 1 semestr, kdy jsem zjistil, že ne, to fakt ne. A pak jsem se vlastně začal ucházet o pozici programátora, kde mě to vlastně v Pixelu vyšlo kvůli tomu maturitnímu projektu. A zároveň přitom tak jsem dělal jako ještě grafiku, byl jsem na různých stážích, i třeba tady ve Fiolasoftu jsem byl na stáži tehdy a tam jsem se nějak začal zajímat o ten herní vývoj a momentálně se spíš v Brně, máme pobočku ještě v Bratislavě, tak v Brně snažím být více komunikativní, co se týče toho herního průmyslu a mám třeba, já nevím, přednášky na Anime Festu a tak dále, že spíš jde do té komunity lidí.
No, tak já to mám přesně naopak, než to má Martin. Já jsem studovala asi 8 let fashion design, který nemá vůbec nic společného s testováním a vývojem her. No a potom, protože už to bylo 8 let a opravdu mě to nebavilo, tak jsem si řekla, že budu měsíc hrát Counter-Strike v kuse a pak si zkusím najít práci. A protože jsem hrála Counter-Strike, což byla hra, tak jsem si říkala, no tak to bych asi mohla dělat ve hrách, to by bylo možná fajn. A začala jsem vlastně pokoukat potom vlastně, co bych mohla dělat s tím, co jako umím, že jo, z té školy. A jak se říká, taková dobrá vstupní brána prostě je testing, takže jsem to zkusila jako brigádník, protože pro začátek jsem si říkala, dobrý, tak brigádníka, to jako, když mě to nebude bavit, tak odejdu a nikoho to bolet nebude, protože to je furt brigádník, že jo. No ale pak jsem tam zůstala, začala jsem se vlastně učit release management, potom co ještě odešel můj kolega. No a pokračovala jsem v tom, protože mě to prostě začalo více víc bavit. Nebyla jsem takový ten začátečník, který přijde a potom chce být programátorem, herním designérem a podobně. Naopak jsem jakoby hledala možnosti právě v tom testování a v těch specializacích. No. Takže takhle.
No, já jsem se dostal ke grafice přes kamaráda, který v 6. třídě na základní škole byl už tehdy jako velice talentovaný programátor. A potřeboval někoho, kdo mu udělal jako ty hezký obrázky do té hry, kterou naprogramoval. Takže já jsem si stáhl 3D Studio Max verze 3 a začal jsem v něm dělat. A dělal jsem v něm 3 roky. Rodiče si teda mysleli celou dobu, že už mě to přestane bavit, to začnu dělat něco pořádného. Ale naštěstí jako mě to bavilo dál a v podstatě od 15 už jsem normálně dělal jakoby kšefty a nějaký zakázky, nebyly čistě herní, bylo to prostě 3Dčko, plagáty, grafika, nějaký industriální věci a tak. No a pak jsem potkal Honzu Kavana, což byl můj kolega vlastně až do minulého roku, který je vlastně hudebník, programátor, multitalentovaný člověk a s tím jsme založili studio CB Software, kde jsme vlastně udělali několik her, společně jsme spolupracovali na X dalších a bylo to vlastně celkem takový jako straightforward tu cesta.
Dobře, tak já rovnou navážu další otázkou, aby diváci měli pocit, že se na ně nedostane a že se čas chýlí a ještě se na nic nezeptali a my už se tady půl hodiny bavíme. To je jakoby další moderátorský trik. A tím jsem vás namotivoval se ptát, nebo máte někdo dotaz už teďka? Aha. Já tu otázku zopakuju, aby to slyšeli všichni. Jo? Je to teda na Hedviku, jestli někdy zkoušela hledat nějaký průsečíky mezi herním designem a fashion designem a jestli jí něco, co jí na tom fashion designu nebavilo, proč přišla k tomu hernímu designu. Jo?
Jo. No, já, jestli jsem se jako někdy dostala vůbec k nějakému designu jako ve hrách, tak to častokrát bylo nějaké jako navrhování ovládání té hry, která to prostě na konzolích má jinak, že jo, než s myší a s klávesnicí. Ale to samozřejmě nemá nic společného s fashion designem. A jako to bylo jediný, ale s designem vůbec jako spojený, jo, takže fashion design tam jako v tuhle chvíli jako vůbec nikdy neproběhl, i když tam mých kolegů třeba jako náznaky byly, že v momentě, kdy třeba budeme dělat nějakou hru a budeme řešit prostě materiály nebo já nevím co, tak samozřejmě budu užitečná v tom jako dát svoji know-how ze školy, ale to se ještě teda nestalo, takže třeba možná v budoucnu ještě pár let jako mě čeká, že jo, takže ještě možná to přijde. No, ale co mě nebavilo? No, tak já jsem to studovala jako 4 roky na střední škole, potom vlastně jsem šla na vošku, tam jsem dělala úplně to stejný, protože samozřejmě lidi, kteří třeba přicházeli z Gimplu a podobně, tak potřebovali ten začátek taky, že jo, takže já jsem šla zase od začátku prostě a furt jsem opakovala a pak jsem šla na vejšku, tam to bylo zase úplně to stejný, že jo, zase se opakovalo pro ty lidi z toho Gimplu. Ale tam bylo jako super, že jo, tam máš další různý předměty, které si můžeš k tomu vybrat. Takže jo, tam už mě třeba napadalo právě vzít si nějaký jako herní design a podobně a zkusit si to vlastně přiblížit se k tomu. No, ale nakonec to nedopadlo, protože samozřejmě díky tomu, jako, že tam chceš něco studovat navíc, tak ale musíš dokončit to, na co jsi tam jako vůbec přihlásil. No, tak tam to nedopadlo, no. Tam už mě to jako fakt nebavilo 8 rokem prostě to neustále opakovat. Tak jsem si řekla, že je čas na změnu. Nebo minimálně na tu pauzu chvilku a pak změnu.
Tak, já teda hodím ještě svoji poslední otázku, pak už budu improvizovat. Co byste doporučili někomu, kdo se snaží dostat do herního průmyslu a vlastně jak na to? Co byste jako řekli člověku třeba pro váš obor, co je jako nějaká relevantní možnost, nebo co se naučit, nebo čemu se věnovat a tak dál, co by bylo co by mu mohlo pomoct se do toho herního průmyslu dostat? Lukáš kýve hlavou, takže ví.
Ne. Ale tak záleží samozřejmě na zkušenostech, co ten člověk má, protože vždycky je jako obrovský benefit, když už jako je ten zájem individuální a nějaký skill vlastně teďka velice jednoduše zjistitelný přes prostě miliardy tutoriálů a tak, už ten člověk má, takže v podstatě jako když by se jednalo o tabula rasa studenta, který vůbec jako neví nic, tak tam prostě nezbývá, než se do toho pustit, začít to studovat, vytyčit si ty hlavní cíle, toho hlavní obor. No a potom ideálně samozřejmě zúčastnit si nějakého game jamu, mít nějaký hotový produkt, prostě, který si člověk stáhne z itch.io nebo ze Steamu. Může to být prostě malá hra, může to být cokoliv, ale strašně se na tom pozná, jak ten člověk umí spolupracovat v týmu, co umí, co dokáže v presu, co dokáže vlastně vytvořit za nějaký daný čas. Takže jakoby game jamy si myslím, že je ta nejlepší vstupní brána, protože to je nástavba na to, když máte z mýho pohledu grafik, když má prostě portfolio, kde má nějaký prostě statický obrázky, nějaký rendery, nějaký animace, cokoliv, tak to zhodnocení na funkčním prototypu nebo nějaké hře tak je 1000krát důležitější a když bych já třeba ho nabíral, tak mě řekne mnohem víc než nějaký obrázek nebo animace, která jakoby může být sice dobrá, ale vlastně s postupujícím časem zjišťuji, že ten skill v rámci týmu začíná trošičku ustupovat do pozadí nad jakoby spoluprácí v týmu, nad tím, jaký člověk je týmový hráč, jak je proaktivní, jestli prostě má nějaký tunelový vidění, nebo jestli dokáže si zjišťovat věci kolem sebe, procesy kolem sebe a tak dále. Takže určitě vyzkoušet si práci v nějakým menším týmu, vytvořit nějaký projekt, je to nejlepší, co můžete udělat. A nezabere to tolik času, game jam trvá pár hodin vlastně.
No, u toho testingu tam je to trošičku jiný, že jo? Tam samozřejmě člověk může procházet demama a testingem prostě, co se týče alf vydání her, které vlastně jsou otevřený častokrát té komunitě nějakých hráčů. Takže jako tam nějaký jako portfolio se taky dá vytvořit svým způsobem, ale v tom testingu tam je to spíš takový, že na tom člověku musí být vidět, že obecně pro hry má jako vášeň, že ho to jako vůbec baví hrát, že jo, protože kdyby ho to nebavilo, tak pro testing prostě nemá smysl se tam jako hlásit. Ale co třeba pro nás vždycky, když vybíráme nového člověka do týmu, tak je důležitý právě přesně to, co zmínil Lukáš, že ten člověk se bude snažit ty informace jako vyhledávat, zjišťovat a nabírat vlastně zkušenosti, ať už to bude networkingem od různých dalších, už zkušenějších třeba lidí a podobně. No. Takže u toho testingu tam možná se trošičku přivaříme polívčičku z anomálií.
Si polívčičku, ano.
My máme vlastně kurzy z anomálií herního testování právě a třeba tady to je způsob, kde já jako teda mentor na tom herním testování vám můžu ukázat jako spoustu nástrojů a podobných věcí. Takže jako tam člověk právě tyhle ty informace, které by si případně vygooglil sám, ode mě dostává a zároveň samozřejmě mu na to dávám nějaký feedback z mojí zkušenosti právě z ostatních her a podobně, takže to je asi takový jako dobrý start. No. Pro ten testing je to trošičku složitější tady v tom, než se jako učit něco na škole a pak to právě využít někde jinde, stejně jako právě v tom artu, kde je to tady v tom stylu jakoby jednodušší, no, tady z té cesty.
Já teda dám trošku svého pohledu z hlediska programování. A tam ano, určitě je lepší předpoklad, když řekněme ten zájemce o ten herní průmysl má, že jo, vystudované buď IT nebo nějakou vysokou školu, ale není to požadavek, protože stalo se nám i teďka, že jsme nabírali a hodně i vysokoškoláků, kteří vyšlo, jak už bakalářské, tak magisterské tituly nedosahovalo tomu, co ta firma očekává od tebe jako programátora. A kolikrát to není jen programování, ale spíš znalost toho samotného engineu. A z mojí vlastní zkušenosti, kdy mě sice trošku střední škola dala ty základy, ale sám jsem dosti se v tom hrabal jako ve volném čase, tak můžu doporučit jednak game jamy, jak online, tak i offline. Je to záleží, máte vlastně napříč rokem x game jamů jen online, které si můžete zkusit. A druhá věc, to možná trošku navážu i na tu anomálii, co mě pomohlo, ne teďka, tehdy to tam sice nebylo, ale kurzy. A kurzy mají jednu velikou výhodu oproti tutoriálům a to je, že většinou vám mentor vysvětlí, co děláte špatně a jak se to v tom samotném průmyslu by mělo dělat. A co se jako řekněme pro úplně začátečníka, tak vlastně dneska jak s internetem i s některýma knížkami je tolik materiálů, že člověk se dokáže zrovna programování naučit sám a titul nebo vysoká škola není vůbec podmínka a spíš bych si dával pozor na firmy, které to jako celkově uprogramování podmínku vyžadují, protože to není dobře.
Já jenom doplním ještě jakoby obecnou takovou věc, na kterou ty si narazil. Ty firmy většinou na tu pozici vypíšou tu pozici, vy jim pošlete nějaký CVčko, doprovodný dopis a tak dál. a oni vám řeknou, oni se na to podívají a když se jim jako zdáte, tak vám dají testovací úkol, že jo?
Nemusí to tak nutně být.
Nemusí to tak nutně být, ale je to jako poměrně často a pak jakoby záleží na tom, jak zpracujete ten úkol. A jestli máte titul, tak je každému srdečně jedno.
Já možná tady tohle i doplním, že nejlépe, pokud jako programátor někam dáváte CVčko, tak je důležitý poslat nějaký projekt se zdrojovým kódem. A nebo řekněme Git repozitář a tak dále, kde vlastně ten, kdo vás nabírá, vidí, jak přemýšlíte, jak správně, jak programujete a je úplně jedno, jestli to je rozkouskované, celá hra a tak dále, protože hlásíte se na programátora, ne designéra, ale samozřejmě je lepší vidět, u nás ve firmě to máme přímo, se tomu Multicraft říká, je to jeden z požadavků, kdy je lepší, když člověk má přesahy do jiných oborů, protože pak lépe dokáže komunikovat v týmu. A taková dobrá věc, co jsem na přednášce na mojí střední škole říkal, tak je kolikrát lepší vzít slabšího programátora s dobrýma social skills, než silnějšího, který nedokáže pracovat v týmu. Protože potom vy můžete být v tom samotném vašem hardskillovém craftu dobří, jak chcete, ale pokud nedokážete táhnout ten tým nebo se přizpůsobit a tak dále, tak je to vlastně spíš překážka, než jako pomoc. Takže tak nějak asi za mě za programování.
Já jsem měl spoustu času si to promyslet, tak uvidíme, jestli dokážu všechno zase si vybavit. Souhlasím s game jamama, to si myslím, že je skutečně základ. Nejenom, že si vytvoříte nějaký portfolio reálných věcí, které dokončíte v krátkém čase, takže vám to nebude zabírat roky vývoje, ale můžete jich tam mít během roku klidně 10, těch různých game jamovek. Vyzkoušíte si, jaká je spolupráce s týmu, možná i vyzkoušíte různé pozice v rámci toho týmu. A s čím souvisí jedna důležitá věc a ta je, že si myslím, že pokud už jste rozmyšlený, kam se tak nějak chcete dostat, tak je dobrý v tom malém týmu na game jamy nebo v malém indie týmu už zaujmout tu vaší pozici a obalit se nějakýma lidma, kteří jsou schopní a kteří jsou spolehliví a chtějí s váma ty hry dělat a pilovat tu svoji jednu schopnost. Pokud to nevíte, tak si myslím, že je přesně zajímavý třeba jít na nějakou vysokou školu nebo na nějaký kurzy a zkusit tam různé pozice. A pokud víte, že se chcete dostat do herního odvětví, tak třeba já jsem studoval na Sotnarce, kde bylo možné si vyzkoušet různé role, jako animace, ilustrace, 3D modelování a podobně. A Martin Vaňo tam má kurz her, takže u něj já jsem vlastně začal. Takže to je nějaká cesta, jak se v tom třeba víc zorientovat v tom, co přesně jít chcete. A kromě toho, když děláte ty projekty, jako jsou třeba ty game jamovky, tak si myslím, že je hodně důležitý je brát na akce. A já nejsem si tím jistý, ale myslím si, že mě ve výsledku pomohlo to, že jsem dost často několik let chodil, asi 3 roky, tak jsem chodil právě na akce. Minulý rok jsem tady ještě vystavoval minulou hru. A právě tamhle Martin Ziegler, který tam má hackovací hru, tak je vlastně lead skriptu ve Warhorse. A já, když jsem vedle něj vystavoval minulý rok, tak jsem to vůbec nevěděl. Vlastně jsme si vzájemně hodnotili ty hry. A pak, když jsem chtěl nastoupit do Warhorse, tak jsem vlastně přišel za ním. A takže to je nějaký způsob, jak získat kontakty, je vystavovat tady. On vám tam občas někdo přijde z těch velkých studií. A vy už budete vědět, kde se pohybujete a když nebudete úplně hladoví a nebudete mu chtít hned ukazovat portfolio, aby vás přijal, což dost často ty lidi vyděsí, tak postupně se dostanete do nějakého povědomí a to mi přijde jako zajímavá cesta.
To je super, že to říkáš. Eventová turistika. Na Indie Showcase je vždycky jako nějaký extra místo, pokud to není jako Gamescom v Kolíně nebo E3, která už vlastně neexistuje. Takže to je jako skvělý způsob, jak se vlastně setkat s lidma, kteří jsou na stejný vlastně vývojový fázi jako herní vývojáři, nebo podobný, nebo třeba jsou už jako zkušený, ale dělají si nějaký svůj hobby projekt, tak jak si to popsal s Martinem Zieglerem. A vy tím, že tam sedíte vedle někoho, nebo tady mezi těma lidma, co tady vystavují, vznikne takový jako esprit de corps, jako takový jakoby pocit sounáležitosti ze společně prožitého utrpení. No, to jako náročný tam sedět celý víkend, že jo. Takže je to taky něco, co vás jako tmelí a ten networking je strašně důležitá věc. Jo. Říká se, že člověk bez kontaktů jako nic nezmůže, tak to je jakoby diskutabilní, ale ty kontakty na začátku jako nikdo nemá. Jo. Říká se, s kontaktama je to jednodušší, ale ty kontakty na začátku nikdo nemá, musí si je prostě vytvořit a nikdo vám netvrdí, že budete mít úspěch za 5 minut, je to prostě jako běh na nějakou středně dlouhou trať, si myslím, a je potřeba vydržet. To je to, co jako vlastně platí pro všechny jako studenty, který, já jsem měl za ty léta strašně moc studentů a část z nich se dostala do herního vývoje a dostala se tam díky tomu, že prostě na sobě pracovali a na tom, že se na to nevykašlali. Že prostě si to prostě odmakali v těch indie showcasech a na těch game jamech. Takže tím bych, prosím.
Můžu k tomu ještě něco dodat? To je, že pokud jste na té druhé straně, kde jako se chcete dostat do toho herního průmyslu, tak dost často to vypadá strašně nepřístupně a profesionálně. Ale my v době, kdy jsme pracovali ve Fairy Snail na naší hře, tak jsme třeba obepsali studia a byli jsme třeba v hangáru, kde oni nám domluvili schůzku s různýma lidma a ty nám naší hru hodnotili jenom na základě e-mailu. Ty lidi tady, kteří jsou i z těch velkých studií, tak jsou hrozně přátelský a hrozně rádi vám dají nějakou zpětnou vazbu a budou se s vámi o tom bavit. Takže se toho určitě nebojte.
Dají vám tu zpětnou vazbu rádi, když to čekají, že vám ji budou dávat. Když jako někoho jumpnete vrsi se svojí hrou, tak možná jako řeší něco jako jiného, ale v zásadě platí, že celá ta herní komunita je velmi jako přátelská a otevřená a taková ne úplně konkurenční, jako bývají některé jiné komunity, třeba Fire Show. To je hrozně toxický, takový kudly a pláště, ale herní designéři, vzhledem k tomu, že si nekonkurujeme vlastně o Českou republiku, ale jako je globální trh, který je tak velký, že každý tam má svoji vlastní niku, pro kterou jakoby nějak obhospodařuje, tak vlastně mám i tu zkušenost, že Češi jsou takový dost jako obecně sdílný, pokud vyloženě nemají NDAčko, tak klidně se jako povídají o jako tržbách a zákulisních věcech, co tam se smějete. Vím. Všichni máme podepsaný na něco NDAčko. Na jaké hře aktuálně děláte? Ne, dobře, vtip. Máme nějakou... To je blbý, když musíte říct vtip, aby se lidi zasmáli. Máte nějaký dotaz teďka z publika? Prosím, slečno.
Já bych se chtěla zeptat tak nějak všech, jestli byl někdy moment, kdy jste si jako říkali, že už prostě nemůžete, že už na to nemáte, že to dál nebude. A jak jste se jako z nějakého takového
začít.
Počkej, já to nejdřív zopakuju. Otázka je, jestli byl nějaký moment, kdy s tím chtěli seknout, nebo byli prostě vyhořelí, a jak se s tím vyrovnali. A já rovnou odpovím za všechny 4krát týdně. Je tenhle moment.
To vtip, ty vole. Ne, je to tak, jako člověk se dostane do fáze, kdy prostě už to jako nedává. My jsme v podstatě skoro 2krát zbankrotovali jako firma svýho času. A jediný, co nás drželo, tak vzhledem k tomu, že jsme jako byli indie tým a dělali jsme, co jsme jako měli rádi a chtěli jsme to dotáhnout, tak jsme v podstatě jako zatli zuby a nějakým způsobem jsme se z toho vyšachovali, ať už prací na jiných projektech, nebo nějakýma kontaktama, nebo nějakou trošku změnou třeba jako toho směřování a tak. A jako my jsme si vždycky ve firmě ještě z Honzou Kavenem říkali, že máme takový hezký trám jako nad náma, střešně, že jenom jako koupíme ten provaz vždycky a necháme ho tam vyset, aby to pro tom člověk měl jako rychle. A jako dostane se na to a jako pomáhá na to samozřejmě humor, troška jako cynismu a sarkazmu a vlastně dělat si z toho srandu, protože ono jako potom občas jako nic jiného nezbyde. A když potom prostě, a může se to stávat a prostě zvlášť děláte na projektu, který jako máte rádi, tak pracujete 3 měsíce, prostě 15-20 hodin v kuse a tam už v podstatě člověk se dostane do takového zombie modu, že vlastně vůbec nevnímá. A tam jakoby je to prostě nejhorší a pak trvá jako strašně dlouho se z toho dostávat, takže je potřeba jako myslet na to svoje zdraví, na to svoji psychiku a ten trh se teďka mění, je to jako super, ale postupně se dostáváme tam, kde firmy zavádějí, prostě nekrančuje se, dělá se prostě domluvený čas, nedělá se o víkendech a ta kultura začíná jakoby převažovat nad tím, že prostě všechno se to musí stihnout. Takže jako k těm momentům vždycky dojde, může tomu prostě dojít z hlediska ztráty inspirace, ztráty kreativity a je potřeba prostě buď odbočit, nebo zatnout zuby, když je potřeba zatnout zuby a prostě si říct, jako bude to lepší, je to dočasný stav. Ale děje se to, samozřejmě se to děje.
Určitě no. jako Laura je z mýho týmu a je tam chvilku a už mě viděla jako vybouchnout podle mě kolikrát, jo, protože prostě samozřejmě čas před GDSkem je vždycky ten nejlepší, že jo, když všechno na poslední chvíli řešíte a podobně. Takže jo, je to prostě dnes a denně, že jo, jako bylo to zmíněný, jako to je prostě 4 dny v týdnu prostě a samozřejmě člověk se snaží přesně jako myslet na svoje psychické zdraví a podobně, ale samozřejmě emoce ty pracujou, jakože to přijde, takže já jsem to jako kolikrát, Laura teda třeba říkala, že se mě už jako bojí, jo, po prvním týdnu, prostě občas, ale jako jasně, prostě člověk vybouchne, za chvilku si říká, dobrý, kašlu na to se nějak vyřeší, nebo prostě nějaký řešení jako vymyslím, že jo, a jdu dál a prostě snažím se to řešit s chladnou hlavou, byť to tak třeba úplně nevypadá, tak jako se z toho že jo, a nějak se to vyřeší. Ale v tom testingu jako tam spíš jako k tomu jako vysílení v kreativitě úplně jako moc nedochází, že jo, jako tady v tom. Tam spíš jako člověk řeší nějaké jako problémy, které nastanou úplně z čista jasná, prostě nějaký bugy a tady takový ty věci jako na poslední chvíli taky před releasem a podobně, ale to se dá taky překousnout. Jako já si myslím, že vzhledem k tomu, jak máme malý tým a vlastně nechceme mít ani jako větší, tak každý tam tak trošku děláme jako od všeho něco a je to dost náročnější potom, ale na druhou stranu díky tomu, jak skvělý tým jako potom člověk má, tak se to zase řeší líp, protože prostě ti pomůžou ty další a podobně, takže vlastně tě podrží jako ten zbytek, což si myslím, že je super. No.
Tady myslím, jako platí asi to, co říkal Adam, že ty lidi mají mít nějaký social skills a hodně pomáhá, když ty lidi prostě jsou spolu schopní komunikovat, jo. Jediná česká knížka o herním designu, jako teda česká, přeložená do češtiny, Tracy Fullerton, workshop herního designu, kterou vydala vydavatelství AMU, tak na první kapitola jsou důležité schopnosti herního vývojáře, herního designéra a první schopnost je komunikace. Ne prostě umět dobře game designovat, ale umět prostě komunikovat. A to souvisí nejenom s tím být schopný tu myšlenku popsat, ale i být schopný trošku nějaký empatie vůči těm ostatním lidem v tom týmu, protože tam je toho stresu hodně, že já si myslím, že v tom testingu, kde úplně náhodně se vám spawnujou v repozitáři další bugy a
jo, nebo přijdou buildy, že jo, nový z ničeho nic prostě.
Nebo se to vydá.
Já možná tady zrovna navážu, když vedle sebe mám testerku, tak největší frustrace programátora jsou testři. A ta frustrace je v tom, že vemte si, že třeba děláte nějakou dobu na nějaké feature a teď se to má odevzdávat a máte buď Jiru nebo jakýkoliv program používáte a máte ho prázdný. A jeden den se probudíte, hezky v 8 ráno, a máte tam 20 issues, které se musí vyřešit v ten den. V ten moment si říkám, sakra, co to se sebou dělám? Ale na druhou stranu mě třeba co pomáhá, jak to říct, nevyhořet, tak je, že já vlastně, mně nestačí, řekněme, těch 8 hodin nebo tady ty načasí jako v práci, ale že hodně jsem aktivní mimo to, i co se týče programování, ale že dělám něco úplně jiného. Že nedělám v tom samém jazyku ty samé projekty a potom je to dosti zajímavý, že vlastně netrávím vlastně i mimo svůj čas v Unity, ale třeba 14-15 hodin denně, ale že si sednu nad něčím jiným, co mě zajímá, nebo nad nějakým jiným projektem. A ano, musím ještě tady říct, že ano, důležité je i to, že třeba, abych uvedl kontext, já dělám primárně nebo Pixel Federation dělá mobilní hry a ty mobilní hry jsou live service, tudíž my vlastně děláme buildy každé co 2 týdny s novými věcmi a každý den se nám objevují nové věci. A v moment, co sledujete ještě statistiky, jakože jak ta vaše hra performuje, kolik vydělává, kolik hráčů to hraje a máte očekávání, že tahle feature bude fakt dobrá a pak není, tak to jsou takový zabijáci, kteří hned vidíte jako na těch statistikách, ale je možná i důležité se od toho odprostit, takže těch momentů bylo určitě hodně a hádám, že i bude.
Já bych možná vyzdvihnul ten moment toho, že máš v životě víc věcí, nebo v práci víc věcí, než jenom jako jednu, protože pak, když ta jedna tě jakoby žene k vyhoření, nebo prostě ti bouchne do obličeje, tak se ti nezhroutí celý život, nebo celá ta práce, protože máš jako něco jiného.
Přesně tak, jakože jednu dobu ještě až na tohle navážu, tak mě pomáhalo, že jak mám třeba různé ty grafické zakázky, nebo teďka jsem dělal pro jednoho streamera vizualizaci vánočního stromku, prakticky, což bylo zajímavé, protože nikdy jsem neexportoval Unity hru, aby fungovala dobře na webu, na WebGL-ku, což nikdy jsem to nedělal, byl to challenge, bylo to zajímavé a lidem se to líbilo, takže to mě pomáhá samotné dennodenně, když dojdu do práce, že hej, nejsem vyhořelej, dělám něco jiného a je to zajímavější, tak já předám Martinovi.
Děkuju. Já možná se na to podívám trošku z jiného hlediska a to je, že myslím si, že pokud už jste ve stavu, kdy cítíte, že jste blízko vyhoření, tak jedna z věcí je komunikace a klidně bych to komunikoval s člověkem, co je nad váma. Jakože mu říct, hele, cítím se jako fakt špatně, cítím se tak z těch důvodů, pojďme jako se dohodnout, co s tím. A třeba u nás je proti tomuhle jako dost hezký systém, že si myslím, že je možný si vzít větší třeba neplacený volno a myslím si, že je právě dobrý způsob ne nutně se do toho nutit, ale třeba ustoupit, zmírnit ten tlak a zkusit dělat třeba chvíli něco jiného, nebo aspoň si dopřát to volno a říct si, je to v pohodě, že se takhle cítím a nevyčítat si aspoň to, že se tak cítíte. Pokud to bude hodně špatný a nebude pomáhat to, že to probíráte se svýma kamarádma, tak klidně si najděte terapii. Je to v pohodě a je to jedna z cest, která vám možná ukáže nějaký způsob, jak to třeba řešit a jak přistupovat k tomu životu.
Ještě bych doplnil Martina, ono často, pokud jste ve větších firmách, tak často tu terapii vám i hradí samotná firma, nebo že jsou na místě různé procesy, které vám právě pomůžou se s tím jednak vyrovnat, anebo právě je důležité se svým nadřízeným o tom mluvit, nebo řekněme producentem, který plánuje celý ten chod týmu, aby věděl, že se třeba necítíte tolik, ubere vám počet práce a tak dále, že většinou tady to prostředí je fakt, jakože, je fakt dobré, jakože v moment, co jste na krajíčku.
Děkuju. Jo, nebo s HR. A vy určitě totiž nechcete dojít do té fáze, kdy začnete dělat tu práci špatně a pak to musíte obhajovat. Vy tomu radši chcete předcházet a určitě to váš vedoucí mnohem víc ocení, než to, když se stane ten případ, že budete to odvádět špatně a pak budete vysvětlovat. A taky si myslím, že je důležitý, pokud se vám to stane a dostanete se do té situace, kdy cítíte, že jste před vyhořením nebo jste vyhořeli, tak se podívat na to, co děláte a zkusit třeba tam najít nějaký změny. Jakože předtím to možná nefungovalo a tak co můžu udělat pro to, aby to bylo líp. Dát si ten čas, odložit to, zmírnit a přemýšlet, jak s tím pracovat jinak. I kdyby to nakonec mohlo být třeba to, že odejdete z toho průmyslu, tak jako důležité je, abyste byli šťastní, ne to, že dokončíte hru.
Přesně tak a hlavně je důležitý prostě v tom jako být upřímnej a i z hlediska té komunikace jako směrem nahoru k té firmě, protože jsem měl grafika, který v podstatě jako neustále odkládal svou práci, nejdřív prostě mu umřela babička, pak pes, pak prostě se mu rozbilo auto a 3 týdny vlastně tímhle způsobem jakoby řešil to, že vlastně nechtěl nám říct, nebo mě říct, že prostě je vyhořelej, že prostě ztratil kreativitu, styděl se za to a pro nás to bylo nejhorší, protože když bychom to věděli hnedka, tak to začneme řešit a on vlastně by se z toho mohl mnohem rychleji dostat a my bychom třeba stihli prostě termíny a ta situace by byla vyřešená mnohem příjemněji, takže ta upřímnost v tomhle tom je důležitá. Ten lead, který ho máte, tak je tam pro vás a není to naopak a měl by vám okamžitě jakoby pomoct a nabídnout nějaké řešení. Takže rozhodně jako nebojte se s tím být otevření, pokud to na to přijde a je to pro všechny strany mnohem lepší řešení.
Já bych asi jenom to uzavřel, tohleto jakoby větší téma tím, že tak stejně jako pro mojí generaci a generaci starší terapie je jakoby sprostý slovo a skvrna a pro tu současnou je to jakoby běžná věc, tak ten svět se mění. Myslím, že to říkal Lukáš, že ta firemní kultura se zlepšuje, ten herní průmysl má spoustu nevýhod, například jste v něm hůř placený než v jiném průmyslu a tak dál, ale je to jakoby stresující, nevíte dne ani hodiny, nebo pracujete ve velkém korporátu, kde se kočkuje v stroji, blablabla, ale má i výhody. Kromě toho, že děláte na hrách, tak je to třeba to, že je to jakoby se to snaží neustále inovovat celý ten svět, protože to jinak nejde, že jo? Herní průmysl se jednou za 5 let změní k nepoznání a to se děje pořád. A to se vlastně netýká jenom těch technických věcí, ale i firemní kultury. Takže takový ty jako Google campusy to tady jako nemáme, ale jestli se k tomu nějaký průmysl snaží blížit co nejvíc, tak jsou to právě ty herní studia, kde právě často, ne vždycky, ku podivu ani ne většina těch, jako některé ty velké firmy to třeba neumějí nebo nechtějí nebo nedělají, ale spoustykrát se snaží ty firmy o to, aby ten projektový management byl opravdu takový, že se tam nekrančuje takzvaně, že se teda chodí do práce v tu určitou dobu a přes časy jsou málo a hrazený.
Já bych třeba chtěla ještě dodat, přesně jak říkáš, máme hrozně štěstí jako na lidi, jako na pracanty, jo, jako že ty fakt chtějí pracovat. Jako já jsem třeba teď nabrala jako 2 testry a když jsem zmiňovala, že prostě máme od nějakého 21. prostě do 2. že jako uzavírku studia a že jako nejlépe nepište, protože samozřejmě konečně máme to volno i my jako z toho managementu, tak se mě jako zeptali, co budou dělat. A jako jestli můžou přijít do té práce, tak jsem říkala jako no ne, jako nechoďte, ne jako jenom kvůli nám, že jo, ale i kvůli právě jako sami sobě, abyste si jako opravdu odpočinuli, protože jako je spoustu lidí, kteří přesně i třeba jako doma dělají prostě nějaké své věci a podobně a ne každému jako to může sednout a můžou jako se vlastně přetáhnout i tím letím, ale říkám, ne každému, jako každý to máme prostě jinak, ale
Jako já tomu říkám hyperaktivní tryskomyš. Je to prostě spousta mladých lidí, je prostě workoholická, nadšená, má zapálení, nemusí spát, nemusí jíst a jsou schopní se prostě upracovat k smrti, uběhat v kolečku, prostě to. A nikdo to ještě nedělal dlouho a nevyhořel. Jo? Je to prostě taková věc, kterou je to těžký, když je to vaše vášeň si dát jako oráz, ale od toho by měl právě ten lead, tady jak Hedvika říct, okamžitě se odvaž od ty židle a běž domů. Přilepovali se vám lidi ke kanceláři chemoprenem k podlaze.
Jo, právě Laura se mě ptala, no, jako co bude dělat doma, když nepřijde do práce.
Nainstaluj si nějakou hru a trošku vejsti život. Tak, to je rada. Někdo nějaký dotaz? Ano, prosím? Ano. Já vím, co vám teda odpovědí. Otázka je, když jste na Game Jamu, máte v týmu nějakého dominantního člena, který není schopný jako ustoupit ze svých požadavků a tlačí vám ty svoje myšlenky, jak s takovýmhle člověkem zacházet.
Já nevím, jestli to můžu říkat, ale v podstatě jako z mých zkušeností s mnoha lidmi, nebudu jako říkat jména, ale jedna věc, nesmíte stát na svým egu, to je jako strašně důležitý, protože to vám potom pomůže k tomu člověku přistupovat jako k lehce retardovanému, prostě 13letému teenagerovi a v podstatě určitým způsobem mu tu myšlenku vnuknout, kterou máte. Jo, to znamená nestát na své pozici a neříct, OK, bude to přesně takhle a když to bude jinak, tak já prostě odcházím z týmu, ale nějakým jemným způsobem v podstatě jako naznačit, že třeba jeho myšlenka je skvělá a co kdybychom tam přidělali tohle. Jo, a ta komunikace, a zase se k tomu vracíme, se dá otočit úplně vlastně naopak, kdy se potom stane, že vlastně on se nad tím zamyslí, vezme okamžitě prostě pozici jako ne, takhle to nebude, protože můj nápad je lepší, ale v podstatě jakoby třeba rozvinout tu myšlenku, kterou má ten člověk a lehce potom úplně otočit podle toho, aby vlastně byla vaše, ale on si myslí, že je jeho. Zase záleží na egu, ale mně se to jako dost vyplácí a vyplácelo a jako je to způsob vlastně a týká se to soft skills, jakým způsobem přesvědčit jako tyhle jako bejky, který tohle jako nedokážou udělat, tak vlastně nesmíte na něj jako prostě tím jako do konfrontace, ale je potřeba prostě pomaličku lehce přesvědčovat.
Já si myslím, že Lukáš to řekl perfektně za nás tady všechny, jako, že to zhrnul, takže... Nebo ještě, jestli chce...
Jo, řekl to perfektně. A ještě k tomu něco mám. Taky musím uznat, že ta taktika je dobrá, nějakých jako malých náznaků a vlastně se tam najít nějaký zkratky nebo nějaký cesty k tomu, aby ten člověk víc měl pocit, že to třeba vymyslel. Ale v zásadě jako pokud je to člověk, který s kterým není možný takhle jednoduše komunikovat, tak možná ho nevzít do dalšího game jamu. A od toho ty game jamy jsou taky dobrý, že tam jako zkusíte ty různý týmy a vytříbíte si ten způsob komunikace.
Asi bychom to mohli shrnout, že máme taky jako rozhodovací graf. Je pro vás ten člověk opravdu nepostradatelný v tom týmu. Jste už jako uprostřed toho game jamu a bez něj to nedoděláte. Zkuste prostě techniku a pokud ne, tak jo, protože máte jako jenom jeden život a čas je vaše nejcennější komodita a neplýtvejte ho na toxický lidi, který si to nezaslouží, no. Poslední 5 minut máme. Někdo nějaký dotaz? Jestli ne, tak já myslím, že klidně můžeme skončit o 5 minut dřív. Tak já poprosím, já vám teda moc děkuju, že jste přišli na tenhle ten panel, děkuju i vám, že jste přišli. Doufám, že to pro vás bylo přínosné, že vám to něco dalo, že vás to namotivovalo se snažit, pokusit se něčeho dosáhnout v herním průmyslu. A prosím, potlesk pro naše panelisty.
Možná ještě doplnil, kdyby někdo z vás měl přímo dotazy okolo třeba programování a jako na to, jak se dostat, tak se klidně ještě tady dneska může jako obrátit jako bokem, že pokud někdo chce.
To samé,
Udělíme si každý reklamní okénko.
Ano, veliký.
U nás taky, můžete.
Mě taky.
Prostě panelisti vám jsou k dispozici, už znáte ty obličeje. Já ještě jenom připomenu, že teda ten panel uspořádala platforma Anomália, kde poskytujeme kurzy začátečnické i mírně pokročilé v oblasti herního designu, 3D grafiky, Unreal Engineu a testování a chystáme další. Díky za pozornost, užijte si zbytek GDSka.
Second day of GDC, GDS. Excuse me for this slight error. Welcome to Saturday's Indie Showcase. Just like yesterday, we'll be screening 10 games from the Indie Zone. Every single game for 15 minutes. The first game is by Atelier Duhu, and the game is presented by Patrick. Hello, Patrick.
Hello.
It's really nice to have you here. Please, can you tell us about the game you're making and show us what the game is?
Of course. Hello everyone, it's glad to be here. Our game is called Repeat. It's a FPS 3D puzzle platformer where you play. The main character is this guy in the bubble suit with the weird hat in the hands, which is our tool to break a time wall. So if you like a sci-fi, this is the best game you can play and relax with amazing soundtrack and not so difficult puzzles.
So, the game is a puzzle platforming game, if I can see it right.
Yes.
And tell us maybe about the main character. Is it his head that he's holding, or is it somebody else's?
No. It's kind of mysterious here, because the main character, you don't know who is the main character, and exactly same with Franco, our head. You don't know anything about her.
And so how do you get to know them? What's the mechanics? Are there any story dialogue systems in the game?
Of course, there's there's a plot about what happened to main character and why he is holding the hand. And as you can see, every level is infinite. So you must break the loop, because that's the name of the game. It's repeating all the time. That's why we all call it Repeat.
And I know that the game looks beautiful, and the mechanics of looping are like Alice in Wonderland-ish. Gives me really Alice in Wonderland vibes. Was that one of your inspirations, or what are your inspirations for the game?
Oh, old sci-fi movies like Blade Runner or stuff like that. And our game is like a mashup with Mirror's Edge and Portal together with street art and skate parks, and yeah, that's our style.
And it has some really nice visuals in there, especially the illustrations on the walls. Who made these, and how big is the team then?
Our team is it's around 10 or 15 people, who's students of our university or graduate students. And all the arts is made by Zoya. She's a really talented artist, and she made this art and all the concept art, and yeah, she's really talented.
It's beautiful. And you mentioned that you are university students. I already know Atelier Duhu a little bit, but maybe you can tell others who are not familiar with your atelier what it is about and how you came to be.
So we are students of Game Media Studio in Brno and VUT University in Brno, And we are not just making digital video games. We educate, we make art installations, we make tabletop with games, so on. We are educating the people. So the video games are not our primal thing.
I know that you made a really lovely arcade machine with all your games. Do you have it here with you?
Uh, Unfortunately not, but we make these with customs with our games, and they're pretty unique for playing video games.
And is it like a platform for you? So are you making like repeat for this sort of arcade machine, uh, or is it planned to at least be played this way, like on events in person?
Yes, that's maybe a best solution for this game. You can play it like old school with
Yeah.
all the handles and pushing up big buttons. So
And maybe we can take a look at the game, because like I know that at first you told me that you are worried that we can't explain the mechanics properly, so we might want to try to show our viewers what the puzzle actually is in this level.
Okay.
Can you tell us about it and show us?
all the levels are infinite, and a main character has only one thing to break a loop, and it's the Frankel, the head, and she has a superpower to break time walls. As you can see how I'm falling down, I can change the time wall and be back right in the beginning of the time. But she can open all the purple walls here.
So the pink walls that we see are the time walls that we are using her to turn on and off. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
And
that's right.
And what time are we talking about? Are we moving a few minutes back or years back with her?
No, it's the main character is just in the loop, and loop means here that all the levels are infinite, and if you want to break one of the walls to go through it, it takes you to another part of the whole level. But there is no such a thing like going back in time when you walk through the wall.
All right. And maybe tell us about the controls, because I haven't got a grasp of that yet. How do you break that wall, or how do you control the head in your arms?
Just clicking the left button, and with the right button you can throw the head.
You can throw her around. Like, does she mind you throwing her around?
No, she just goes back to the main character.
And she doesn't complain.
No.
All right. You already mentioned Portal as your inspiration and some other games. Can you tell us about your main inspirations for the puzzles and art maybe as well?
Okay, because our game is about a parkour, so Mirror's Edge is one of them.
Okay.
One of the biggest. And I won't say Half-Life because all the industry style levels, but my colleagues will probably disagree with me. But okay, Portal, Half-Life, and Mirror's Edge.
Understandable. Like Portal is built in the same engine with the same technologies as Half-Life, right? So
Of
I
course.
guess it makes sense. Tell us maybe about the scope of the game, how big it is, how big can we expect it to be in the final release, and we'll get to other stuff like that.
Currently, we made around 9 levels. They're kind of similar big as this one. And
I can't really tell when you are getting to finish this level. So how long is one level, for example?
So around 30 minutes, and the final stage will be like of 5 hours. But we love speed running, so you can complete the game within the 1 hour.
Well, I'm definitely not a speedrunner, so the 5 hours is a way better timestamp for me. Tell us about releasing the game. How is it for you? When are you planning to release it? How does it work even for you as Atelier Duchu to release games? You mentioned that you are somehow connected to university, but I know that's not completely right.
We're releasing game by itself, and we planning to make games in next year, maybe a summer or something like that. Okay, we know that how is it work in the game industry.
Well, that's fine. It's just an estimate. I'm pretty sure that you have all the time that you need to complete the game. I think in Atelier Duchu you're not making just this one game at the time, right? You are multiple teams, or you are working on multiple projects at once, correct?
It's correct. We have yet something like a second team. It's called Charon, and they're currently working on another games, but it's unannounced, so I can't say anything more about it.
No worries. It's just nice to see a big studio coming out of a university, and that makes really nice games like this one.
We had a pretty experienced team.
You mentioned some some guys being connected to some major studios.
One of our members of the team, it's Dominik Konečný. He's working in Hungary on last Mafia, and is really talented. His previous game was Hadr. That is really popular and in the scene.
We all know it.
Czech Republic.
Another thing is that you are based in Brno, right?
Right. We are based in Brno, in Kumst, Brno, and we are a part of the game-based incubator. And we are working here in Creative Hub, and one part here from Kumst in incubator, and one part from school, from our studio.
It's really nice to see that the game community in Brno and even around the Czech Republic is strongly connected, and you all guys work together and help each other out. Our time is coming to an end, sadly. Maybe can you show us how does it look when you finish the puzzle?
I already did it, but for this presentation we prepared only this second level of our game.
Of course. Maybe tell us where can we find you here in your booth, and are there any other games from Atelier Duchu that we can see here?
Unfortunately not. We had only a repeat here, but like a month ago we released from our colleagues from Atelier Duchu our, at this moment, the last game. It's called The Gray Man. It's a point and click adventure, pixel art. You can find it on Steam right now. And if you're interested in our game Repeat, we have a demo on our page, and please wishlist us, and we're looking forward.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for showing Repeat. Definitely check The Gray Man. It's a horror game, brutally atmospheric. Thank you for showing the game, and best of luck with the development.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you can close the game. Thank you. And next one is Sim Companies with their game Sim Energy Trader. Can I ask somebody from Sim Companies to come on board, please? Patrick, right? Nice to meet another Patrick here. Please just give us a minute to set the game up.
Browser budeme potřebovat. Jo. Do browser. Je v pohodě Edge? Jo, snad jo. Vidíme. Hello?
A second game on our Saturday list of streaming. Sim Energy Trader is a browser game. Are we on? Are we streaming?
I'm not sure.
Just give us a minute.
Oh, there it is.
Maybe Patrick, you can even start talking now because I want to know what this is about and who Sim Companies are.
So this all started when I talked to my friend who is an energy trader, and as he described what he's doing, it appeared to me that this would be a great resource management game, and I also always wanted to try trading, but didn't want to risk my own money, and paper trading with stocks, it's kind of boring. Nobody wants to look through like quarterly reports of companies. And this I found very interesting because the prices of energy change based on weather, and you can try to estimate price. You need to be sure that you'll have place to store your energy or gas, unlike with stocks. So it's a resource management game combined with a little bit of transporting, and it's for people like me who like to compete with other players and have basically another tab with spreadsheet open, comparing prices, and they can make profit.
All right. So from what I understood, it's sort of a gambling game in some ways, but virtual.
A little bit.
No, but it's about energy prices then?
Yes. So right now I started a single-player mode, which is there to show the player the mechanics without waiting for other players. So it's got basically much faster speed. The player can click ticks anytime he likes, whereas in multiplayer this takes 4 hours in real time. And what we see here is a map of our world where we're gonna play. There's one city which is developed. It already has some NPC power plants.
Municipal.
Municipal. It's got a solar plant and a coal plant.
Wow, this looks like I didn't expect to have such nice visuals in the game. That's really,
right.
That's really cool.
The world map we also plan to redesign to be a little bit nicer, because right now we got feedback that people even didn't realize those are cities. But it's an iteration. So there's another city which has no power right now. There are no buildings. This is a basic place for the
The
player
city
to
of
expand
Kuluma
to.
is dead right now.
It is that we can even click and see that there was no power in the last 6 ticks, no coal and no gas, and we can see that people are angry and the population is dropping.
So you need to even take care of the people. You see the population
if
there.
you take good care of your people, there's more of them, and there's more demand, more people for you to sell to. So it's important for you as a player. And there's another city we have in the single player that is in a similar situation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a wind farm over here. I can see weather forecast, and I see that maybe in the next 4 ticks there's not going to be any production. The wind is too low anyway, so maybe I'll wait here and build it a little bit later.
Maybe it's not that such a nice idea to build a wind farm there at
No.
Apple Hill, even though it's on a hill, so that there might be someone
That's very
there.
strange, yeah. But I'll build a coal plant here. This is working.
That's a great idea. We
Yep.
love building coal plants in
Yes,
modern world.
we all allow fossil fuels, right?
So can I maybe ask
Sure.
about some themes of the game? Because it
Right.
seems to be sort of educational in some ways, that you can learn on how electricity actually works. Is it based on it?
We are using real-world mechanics, which was the inspiration, which I like. But we're not trying to be educational game. That was not the goal. But maybe, I mean, if somebody wants to use it that way. We did another game before, which is sim companies, where it's like a business tycoon, and 99% of the players played for fun, but even universities and high schools started using them as part of their
I feel
courses.
like this is a really nice aspect to games, that you don't even need to, yourself as a developer don't need to think of it as an educational game, but it has this aspect to it.
It was a surprising bonus, yes.
And it also feels like it has a very mobile-like interface. Do you plan to make the game available for mobiles?
Yes, basically we have designed it as a mobile game first, so that's why we have menus at the bottom, and even the screen nicely fits on the phone. So it's always like nicer to use desktop and easier, but that's the goal. We want it to be playable on a portable device. I think our main audience would be people who want a casual game that basically you play half an hour in the morning when you're traveling to work. You set up you position yourself on the market, you set up your coal plants, and then in the evening you spend another half an hour going back from home in the subway, on the phone, and that should be...
I actually do play games of this kind, like this. I actually played a game about paper clips.
I know that
this
one.
web game where you just like need to tap the clips to make them, and then suddenly you make automation, and then you are a producer of paper clips. And I played it for hours, I think.
Yes.
So you are basically, or would you consider yourself to be an evolution of these games? Maybe.
I think the single player would be similar to that in the concept that I can click the time. And basically, yes, I make more money, I build more plants, and that's kind of the goal of the single player mode, is for players to play with the mechanics, to try different types of plants, see what works. They can even like mine coal and sell it in retail to players. So there are like various things with energy you can be doing. But then I think the real fun is multiplayer, where you try to estimate actions of other players and what they'll be doing and how to position yourself on the market. Like you can see that if it's going to be sunny, that the solar plants will be producing cheap energy. So you can try to sell your energy for more upfront and things like that. And then you might be wrong and somebody else makes money on you. So.
And tell me, how does this multiplayer thing work? Do you control your own city, or do you control just the power plants in each of the city, and you are fighting for the power in the city?
Sure, I can actually show you. Basically, all the players are in the same world, and we are playing for the last 3 months with a group of 10 friends that basically we are testing it out. Wow.
Ah, it's a weird keyboard we have here.
Right. Just need to make sure I won't type my passwords that were visible. All right.
No
way.
What are the plus
there
symbols,
it is.
though?
Yes. Plus symbol allows you to use multiple emails with the same one.
Ah, interesting.
Right. So this is our multiplayer, and the green cities are the ones where I have some infrastructure built in, and I can look at, for example, this one. And here I have solar plants and
Dartburg on Labe.
Yes.
I just really love the names of the cities, so I need to read them.
procedurally generated, so they're kind of random words mixed together with real rivers. And here I can see, for example, that I have kind of huge hydro plant with 120 megawatts output, but only 8 were used, whereas my competitor used almost most of his and sold more. And basically how this works in real world is that for each power plant, you specify for how much you'll be selling.
Uh-huh.
And then it's sort of like an auction. The cheapest power output is used first, and then where it stops, that price is used, and that's given to everyone.
So multiple players are on the same hydro plant.
There are 2 hydro plants, and multiple players are in the same city. So
Okay.
there are 2 plants, and basically we compete. Whoever puts lower price gets to deliver power, but then the highest price used altogether is given to everyone. And this is kind of how it works in real life. That's why we had these huge power prices when the Russian thingy started.
I would say this would be so helpful to my dad, who was fighting with his dad, my
Okay.
granddad, over how electricity actually is distributed and how it works. Tell me, can you see the other players on the map somehow, or is
Yep.
it locked on you right now?
Well, yes, in each city I can see the little bit grayer ones are other players. So these are co-plans and they're actually grouped. So this would be possibly, 2 co-plans grouped. And for me, it's important that who's delivering power from which sources, and whether I have space here to be competitive. So I can decide where to build the plants, where it makes sense. And then I can also look at the city and see whether it's growing, whether there's going to be more demand in the future.
I really want to ask more on how the things work, but I also wanted to get some time getting to know you as a developer, and how did you end up making such a game? If you have any
Right.
previous game design experience.
Well, I was never in the game industry as in employed or worked with technologies like Unreal Engine or Unity, and my background is in web development. So basically, like 6 years ago, I started a hobby project, the first game, The Sim Companies, which I worked on in my free time, and it was a web game, and it was a great success. We ported it afterwards on the phones, and since August we are on Steam, and we were new and trending, so that was a huge success for me with a free-to-play game.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
So you released the game already as a free-to-play?
That's the previous one.
Okay.
And then this one is like a new project. I'm basically trying to repeat sort of the thing. This is more hardcore compared to the first one. This is more about the mechanics are trickier and the markets are more complex, but it's more for people who like trading, I would say. And we'll see how it goes. I plan to use the same kind of skills and approaches than in the first one, and we'll see whether that works.
I have to say the game scared me a little bit the first time I saw it, but now when I'm a little bit more familiar with it, it seems quite approachable. The other thing is, are you taking over, when it's your second project, is the community that's hooked to the first game, how do you bring them on the second game?
Well, we haven't got that far yet, because I'm a little bit afraid they'll be jealous that I'm not spending time on the first one, which I am. But I need to balance it, and we only advertised it briefly, but I think people who like the first one should like this one as well, because I think it scratches the similar itch. I think both games are for niche audience, but at the same time there are not many games of this type on the market. So thankfully we have loyal community, and we'll see how it goes. It will be a great question in maybe half a year. What we need to do is really tune onboarding. The controls are not intuitive, and that's kind of the feedback we're getting. So we need to iterate on that, and when we're kind of in a place where we think that people can grasp it easily, then we'll start promoting it to people from the first game, which is probably for us the easiest way.
Well, that makes sense that you are here to test the game, right, and gather some feedback.
And it's great here because there are a lot of talented developers who possibly struggle with same issues, and they give structural feedback.
Great, that's so nice to hear that you're finding this helpful. The game looks really nice. I'm looking forward to seeing it being released and to be successful. Thank you so much, Patrick, for showing the game. Anything else you would maybe like to mention, or?
Right, yeah, sure. If you want to try it out, just head to simenergytrader.com. It's online. It's kind of playable. I mean, all the mechanics are in there, just the UI is a little bit rusty. And if you want to talk to me about anything, then we have a stand here.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Have a great day. And next on is Samdosoft with their game Archgate. Can I ask somebody from Samdosoft to come on stage?
Hello.
Hello, we didn't have the pleasure to meet beforehand. So I'm Mickey, nice to meet you. Can you introduce yourself?
So I am Samuel. I'm the founder of Samdosoft, and let me show you what we are working on.
Oh, I'll give you a minute because this seems complicated.
It's an MMO. Do you have an MMO?
We don't get a lot of MMOs in the indie zone.
Yeah. That's. I don't seem to.
This keyboard.
It's English or. Okay.
Ah, brilliant.
So it's one big world for all the players, and we deploy actors and game masters to entertain them. It's like a huge D&D session for thousands of players, and with stuff going on and events being organized in one shared big world. It has a Souls action combat, so heavily inspired by Elden Ring, Dark Souls, and games like that.
I think, or at least I am very familiar with the Dark Souls combat, but I don't think I've seen it in an MMO game.
No, because the netcode is a bit tricky, as it's dependent on precise timing and spacing. It's hard to implement, and it's more difficult to simulate on the server. So this is how it looks. This is my colleague fighting with some spiders. I'm running around.
Hello, colleague. Hello, spiders.
Yeah.
Thank you for being our test subjects. I'm very curious if it's for the same hardcore audience as Dark Souls then.
Well, it's mainly targeted for MMO players, yeah, D&D fans, Dark Souls fans. It's an intersection of many fandoms that are potentially of our interest. We use stamina systems, these type of combat systems.
Yes, of course.
But now I'm logged in as admin as well. I'm a game master as well. And I can do a lot of stuff in the world. We have this huge interface that allows me to create monsters, quests, perks, skills, and even configure, for example, ChatGPT interactions where, for example, if I die, now I kill myself, you receive a serenity fading, whispered goodbyes, echo softly. This was dynamically created via a ChatGPT call. So if I go into the configuration, I can see, create an artistic description of what could feel while dying. So this is constructed on the fly.
This looks like a dream come true for some of my friends at least.
I can change this. So if for example, we use it for personalities of sentient weapons. We have a sword that has a personality of a vampire, and when you kill someone with it, it comments, it taunts your enemy, but in the style of an old vampire trapped in a sword, for example. And you can easily, as a game master, change this on the fly and do a lot of stuff on the fly.
It's crazy that you implemented an AI assistant into the game as a proper feature. I think we see this AI being thrown around a lot these days, but I haven't seen many proper and good use cases, especially not in real time.
We don't want to overdo it. We don't want to base everything on it. It's too soon for that. We want to have total control over what's being generated via an AI, because it hallucinates sometimes. It's not very good at difficult tasks yet, but for these little, less impactful, less critical tasks, it's ideal. Like just to underscore when you are in a cave and nothing is much going on, and you receive a message that like, oh, you feel a chilling breeze on your skin. Like these little things are very suitable for like AI generation.
And so, you are playing as a game master who's also a character in the game.
Yeah, now I'm a player with certain additional powers that allow me to change the world and create stuff on the fly. I won't bore your audience with all the tables, that's more like too technical.
Of course, but I really want to know how the insides work. How do you go about, when you start the game, how do you go about creating a game session for your friends, for example?
No, this is a single shard MMO, so there is one big world for everyone.
All
It's
right.
not like you create one world for 5 of your friends. This is one big world for everyone on the planet, or more precisely from North America and Europe regions, because of latency and English being required as a language. And this one big world, we take care of it. Our actors, our moderators,
All
watch
right.
over it. It's like Westworld, when they had the centrally orchestrated control room and they were watching the amusement park
All right.
and all the guests having fun there, or Hunger Games a bit like that. We have like a team of moderators who...
So basically, the game designers are the players in the game that are in your team, and they go around as moderators and they create the content
They
in
can
real
do it.
time.
There are sandbox systems as well, like trade, territory wars, politics, where players provide content to each other. But this live generation stuff, that's like a cherry on top of it to keep the game fresh and unpredictable. So I could do an event, spawn some monsters, or possess a monster, or be a boss, like possess a boss and
That's such an interesting dynamic, and I wonder how difficult is it to maintain such a huge world with your team being so unpredictable and needing to create so much
that's
things.
the beauty, that we don't know in advance what's going to transpire exactly, and our players surprise us a lot with what they manage to do. But we have to adapt. It's like in D&D, where you have to adapt and improvise on the fly. And the whole game was designed from the ground up to do just that. Improvise on the fly, like one big D&D session.
And so, how many players? Or tell us about the size of the world, maybe.
So
Let's start with
this
that.
map is like 1/5 of the world we have currently. We are in like before alpha, so this is like a huge vertical level with a castle and several layers of mines and caves. So imagine something like this times 5 is our current world size. But we are not interested in the size. We are not interested in the square mileage, like flat terrain for miles and miles. It's all handcrafted and designed to be an arena for PvP as well. It's designed to be like remarkable. You see those landmarks, like for example here, this huge cavern with the skulls. You remember it. The world is carefully designed by hand, so that it's memorable and vertical, very vertical level design.
I can see the scare cave with the sharp teeth on it.
Yeah.
That looks very memorable. I wonder, what's it like for the first-time player? What's his first experience in the game?
So you wake up washed on a small island, and there is some short instructions how to play the game, but other than that you are in your underwear and you can configure a character, learn skills, and allocate power to attributes. Like it's classless design. And then you just build your character and have your adventure. There are no classes. You basically construct your own class, however you like.
And when speaking of D&D, how much of D&D can we find in the game in terms of, I don't know, the world building?
So, for example, we have one big world, so we can do things like unique items, like 3 rings of power. There are only 3 rings on the whole server, and for example, you have one is lost. You have this sense of individuality we can do unique skills, unique items, or limited series items. Just 7 of these swords exist in the whole game. That's another feature we want to. That's very D&D-like. Like there is not like tons of worthless loot falling on the ground all the time. That's
And
not what we want.
how do you communicate this to the players? Do you leave this up to them to tell the stories, share the legends of the world, or do you have some
And our players have
NPCs?
even created their own religion. They started printing their own like monthly newspaper. What's transpired? There are some conspiracy theories that like mayor of one village is a doppelganger. That there are some strange things.
But those things are not so common in MMOs, but they are very common in the Dungeons and Dragons fantasies.
So we borrowed from the D&D mainly the concept of the game master and the dynamic adaptive storytelling, live orchestrated on the fly.
And when you, for example, meet an NPC, that's a handwritten NPC?
It could be handwritten, it could be AI generated, or even it could be a real person role-playing as an NPC, and you can talk with it.
I'm still trying to grasp all the things that are possible with this system, because it seems endless.
Basically, it's like P versus RP, player versus role player, where the other person is intelligent, behaves intelligently, but never breaks character.
The whole system behind it seems so complex. Tell me about how you did it. Did you develop it?
Yeah.
How long did it take? Who is the people behind it?
So it's been in development for 5 years already, and we've been playtesting with players for two years. It's a mixture of, we have some AAA artists, and we have very good relations with Charles University Faculty of Mathematics and Physics. Our AI subsystems and other systems are developed by people who basically teach game development at Charles University on their computer science.
I know those guys,
program.
and they are very smart, so probably I wouldn't think of a lot of other people who could handle developing an MMO in this country.
But it's an MMO, but not meant for millions, but maybe for tens of thousands. It's like a smaller size, smaller scale.
It's still ungraspable to me in my head, but the other thing I wanted to ask is, what about the MMO aspects of the MMOs are told to be the most complex games.
They are. We basically
and
picked
you
the hardest difficulty in the game development, and we even support VR. So
I saw that. You also mentioned the Dark Souls combat, which seems really hard
we do it in third person, but we have a unique solution where you don't get sick. We basically solve motion sickness. We shrink the world down by a factor of 5, so your avatar is like this 30 centimeters tall action figure.
Okay.
And this, we call it like toy scale.
Can
and
we
this
play
solves,
it now?
Not in VR here, but non-VR, yes. Our notebooks are not very powerful, so I would need to bring the whole big computer. But I can show it to anyone maybe later. But the point is that if your hero is small, the artificial acceleration is much smaller. Your hero jumps and fights like crazy, but you are just gently following him, and so you don't get sick. And you can play for hours without discomfort. That's key for this type of game, when you are expected to play for hours and without sweat, without discomfort. So
it's crazy how many unique technical solutions are in this game. I would love to see more of it. It's sad that we only have the 15 minutes and they are slowly closing, but tell us, when can we play it, where can we play it?
Join our Discord, subscribe to a mailing list, and watch the development. We should have first world chunk playable after New Year, like in 1 or 2 months. There should be first few hundred people enjoying the first iteration of pilot mode of operations very soon.
And all the people together, VR, non-VR, in the same world.
You can use keyboard, mouse. Right now I'm using keyboard, mouse. You can use game pads. You can use VR headsets or non. You can switch. For VR, you just turn on the VR here. Can enable VR, and you can even change it on the fly.
Wow! And tell us, maybe last question. We have 2 minutes left. I wanted to ask about becoming a moderator for you and building the world together with you. How difficult would it be for somebody to?
So, for example, we have a member of our team who is a veteran of D&D. He played. He was a game master, a dungeon master in the 80s. So he is an old gentleman, but he is very, very skilled in terms of voice acting and adjusting on the fly on what's happening. So he is our main dungeon master. So we welcome not only dungeon masters, but also people who would be willing to act, role play, so some type of actor personality, and people like maybe some students who would be willing to lend their intelligence and possess monsters, so they would not speak, they would not have rights to control the game, but they would be able to possess monsters and lend their human intelligence for combat stuff, for example. There's several like tiers of game masters and actors we can do.
And I'm looking forward to what hierarchy is going to be built procedurally or by the players themselves when they start playing the game, because this seems like an unknown island waiting to be discovered.
One final sentence. There will be even zones with democratic systems, so not PvP, but you can form a democratic party and gain power via democratic means. So if you are inclined to diplomacy, that's your preferred way of gaining power. You can do that as well.
Lovely. Thank you so much for showing the biggest, probably the biggest game here in the indie zone, maybe in the whole GDS.
Probably, that's insanely ambitious, I understand, but
you're doing great from so far what I've seen. We'll need to pass the mic to the other guys, but thank you so much for showing the game.
Bye-bye.
And please go and play the game, and I'm passing the word to Martin.
A teďka je ten land. Co bylo tohle?
Co pak? Ještě do ruky.
So this is Landmaster game, is it?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Can I?
Hello, nice to meet you.
So,
George.
nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Nice to meet you too. My name is George.
Hi George, nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to see your game. Do you want to play straight away, or do you want to introduce yourselves in your studio and maybe tell us what stage are you in with the development of your game or something like along those lines?
Yeah, certainly. So, my name is George, and the game is called Landmaster. It's a role-playing game in an open world. It combines elements of crafting, base building, resources, and so on. So, if I would describe this game, I would say that it looks like Stardew Valley plus Skyrim plus Forager plus let's say Valheim or Minecraft. I think that our audience are people who like playing such games. Yeah.
So it's a giant endeavor. It's a big project.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm excited to see some of the gameplay.
Okay. And we're a small independent team. We're located in Prague.
How many?
Only 4 people.
4 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we've been developing this game like full production only for 3 months. So
3
it's
months.
On really early stage, yeah. Let's take a look. So here is our character. We start our story in a house of our father. And we just saw some strange dream, probably. Again, that strange dream. I see it more and more. What could it mean? I'll find father, and I will tell him about it. So this is your place. You can move around. You can collect some stuff. You can sleep here. I'm not really tired right now, so I will not sleep. I'll just go straight outside. And we are right now, we are in a place, in a town that is called Woodstone. It's like small village, let's say, that is surrounded by this wooden fence, as you can see. So this place is a safe place for you to be in. You don't have to be worrying about any enemies or foes that can attack you here.
Will you show us also the dangerous places?
Yes, I will. Let me show you the basic mechanics of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that the basics are collecting resources and then combining them and crafting some items that will help you to move through the game and to like raise your statistics. Let's say we have a skill tree. I'll get to it a bit later. So I will take my first quest just to gather some wood around and to clean this land. If I want to build something here, I have to make it clean. So I will collect 5 pieces of wood. Really quickly, yeah. I won't read it. I think you don't mind, yeah? We don't have time for it, so... And now what I want to do is I want to craft some tools that will help me move through the game.
And this is your crafting bench?
Yeah, so this is workbench like in any other crafting game. What can I do? I can make a stone axe, I can make a shovel, I can make a pickaxe or a sword. I feel like I want to make a stone axe right now and maybe a pickaxe because I see a lot of trees and I see a lot of stones around. I'll collect these simple stones and I will craft my first sekira. Tak, chvílku na to počkám, jo. Aha. Tak. Now when I have this axe, I can chop trees with it. So I will get more wood. And I really want to free space for, let's say, a house. So I will chop some trees. And I will probably craft my second tool. I would say it would be pickaxe. As you can see, it's already late in the game, so we have a day and night system that's changing. You can, if you feel tired, I locked in this particular build, I locked the stamina, but usually like in Stardew Valley or like in Valheim, you have a stamina that will get lower the more actions you do. And you can have a rest by returning to your house and taking a nap, or by eating something, or by cooking some elements, but by combining some food to make a better recipe, for example. So now I have a stone axe and a pickaxe, and I will probably collect some stones and make my first weapon. Sword.
And before you craft all of your items, the game looks pretty nice.
Thank you.
It's good looks. Did you make all the art yourselves, or is this a placeholder from like a pack?
No. This is completely my art. I had several iterations through it, and I feel like this is
in 3 months.
Yeah, in 3 months. We had
impressive.
a lot of work, really. We worked really hard on it. We wanted to show it, and we registered for this conference at the latest moment.
So, do you get any sleep at all? Do you have daytime jobs?
I have a lot of sleep. I sleep well. We work full time on this game, and we love this game. I believe that. And I saw on this conference, I saw the amazing feedback from people. I finally understood our audience. And I got so much power from it, so much energy.
It hypes you.
Yeah, so
that's why
I will continue working on it without like being tired for another 3 months or a year, or I don't know. So let's go to the. I feel like I'm just saying something and not playing the game. So I will go to this mine. This is a iron ore mine. That is, as you can see, there are some skeletons, some simple enemies in it. I can fight them. I don't know why actually they are not
Taking any damage.
Any damage, yeah, but I take damage, as you can see. But let's pretend that I beat them. I can interact with any object in this game. I can collect grass or bushes, or I can smash this thing if I want, or I can collect iron ore that I will later can transform into iron ingots and then use them in a smelter, for example, or in a forge to forge more powerful weapons or more powerful tools, or some kind of, I don't know, helmet, for example. Yeah. So this is like enemies look in our games. You can take quests from NPCs that are in the game. Let's say we have a guy here who is really scared of these stones for any reason. He's telling us that he saw those stones moving, and he says, I need 5 of those, so let's try to collect. And it turned out they are really moving. So this world is a bit, has some fantasy elements in it. And our enemies could be living stones, our enemies could be living trees, cursed animals, cursed worms, and so on. So I will fight these stones. Stone crabs or stone spiders. Oh, eventually I died. I didn't even notice it. When you die, I just respawn in my location, in my house, or if I have a house, if I don't have it, I will respawn in a place.
How about the resources you have
Yes,
when you die? Are
so
they lost or you take
in
it?
the resources, they are staying on that place where I died, so I can go back and collect them. Yes, so here they are. So you can be like sure that even if you died, you have a possibility to return all your items. You can store your items in chests also, like in Valheim, for example, or again, or in Stardew Valley. Let's go outside. Let me show you travel and exploration in this world. So this is an open world game. You have a possibility to travel at any place you want, and in any direction you want. You can use, you can saddle a horse if you like, if you feel that you want to ride a horse. You can build a ship, and you can visit, let's say, territories that you haven't visited yet. Yeah, this is how it looks right now. So you can saddle a horse, take a ride. Let's go somewhere. This is what is the current map is. It's not really big, but
Can you
it's enough.
scroll around the map? Or this is the whole map yet?
This is the whole map right now. So right now we have only woodstone and some places, some biomes.
So this version would be something like a vertical slice.
Yeah, I would say so. So it was the original plan was to make a demo that shows in first 15 minutes. It shows every aspect, almost every aspect of the game. Yeah. Let me try to go down, and what do we have here? I think that I can show you that we have a swimming in this game. Yeah. So, like, I want to give players opportunity to do whatever they want in this game, or find some unexpected things they didn't expect. Do we have time?
We're close.
We are close.
This is
Okay.
our remaining time.
Yeah, so you can swim, you can go whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, you can accomplish main quest, or you can go and start completing side quests, or you can start building your base or your small town.
Okay, so to wrap up, because our time
Yes.
is short, when is this? So what's your next stage? You looking for funding, or is there like a release date, or is this a hobby game that doesn't really care if it's released? What's your next? What's your plan?
Yeah,
with this
so
game?
our plan is we are definitely looking for funding, and we are looking for a publisher who knows how to work with this kind of games. I'm pitching this game today at 5 p.m. It will be a short 3-minute speech, but my main goal is to find a publisher who knows what he does, and he loves this kind of games, and he has an audience that is expecting such games. And this is it. We are on socials. You can find us as knux.cz. It's our website. You can find our Discord or Twitter. Our game is called Landmaster. Just search it on the internet and you'll find it. Please follow us on social media, and I think that we will surprise you in a near future. Thank you, everybody. It's my time. Thank you for letting me show our game.
Thank you for showing us your game. Good luck
Yes.
with it. I think you deserve a short, spontaneous clap of hands.
Thank you.
And we have next game coming up. Ciao. So we have Tomáš Větrovský. And so can you shortly introduce us your game, Mycosis?
My game is based on some story which is using some aspects of my work, because I'm a scientist. So I developed the game by myself. I spent about 8 years of developing the game, because I write my own engine, and yeah, it was. Some people asked me why I decided for that. So I decided because I like to program, and it's nice. Nice challenge to do such a thing. So I'm also sorry because this game is, because of it, a little bit buggy, but yeah, who knows. But I am trying to do my best, and I like programming and I like the games from my childhood. So this is something which is giving me back to my childhood. So I'm trying to combine those aspects of my work and some inspiration from it.
So you're a microbiologist?
Yes.
Microbiologist working in a lab?
Yes.
Yeah? Creating his own engine single-handedly? That's a rare breed. Let's see what you have.
Okay, thank you. So I will start with the game with some difficulty level, normal. And
I think Doom when I see your difficulty selection.
What?
Doom. Are you inspired by Doom?
Yeah. There are a lot of links with the old classics and old game.
no.
Okay. Sorry, it's just Java.
You said it's buggy. You said it's buggy, so it's fair
it's
enough.
Not
It
so
crashes.
so big bike. Java is always tricky. So, okay, so the game is situated to the lab. So you are a scientist, you are in your lab, and you can interact with the environment, use machines, doors, switching lights or whatever. It's a little bit laggy on this computer. I tested before, but yeah, okay. You can also interact with the computers. There are some small mini games usually, or some explanation of the scientific features of the game. So you can, for example, play Arkanoid in this case, and go out anytime and continue with your journey to find out what's going on at the institute. So this is the first connection or contact with some people who will inform you that something is going on. So then you can continue and find out what's going on. So the game is using a lot of small puzzles. It's not so difficult, but I think it's quite nice to combine the puzzles and the action. So for example, here there is a small fire, so you can test if you are burning. You can wash yourself here and extinguish the fire. Use different things. For example, those barrels are usually used for moving and getting to the higher places. So it's quite simple. And yeah, and slowly you are uncovering the situation, and that there are those fungal zombies attacking the people. This topic of fungal zombies is also from Last of Us, but I didn't know about it when I started with the topic, so it's quite funny.
So you didn't steal their idea, they stole it from you.
It's hard to say, but I think Last of Us was exist when I get to the topic, but it was at that time that I didn't play on PlayStation, or I didn't know about the game. But this cordyceps thing is very common. Like it's very popular around the scientists who are doing mycology. So yeah. Okay, see, you need to open the door. I don't know why it is laggy. Usually it's more smooth, but okay.
Well, we can't tell it's laggy. So if you wouldn't tell me, I wouldn't guess it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the gameplay response is not ideal. Whoops.
Okay.
What just happened? You incinerated the guys.
Yes.
You did do this.
Yeah, I just get rid of the zombies, and there was some flask with nitrogen or something, so they explode. So I reached the place I wanted, so I can continue. There is also, again, some computer, in this case, explaining some antifungal substance which you can use in the game to treat the illness you are getting from the zombies. So you will see later that if I will be infected, I can treat myself by this mucigermin, is this substance. Here are some items, and you can use them by pressing the buttons. And usually you are aiming by mouse, so it's inspired old games like Abuse or those.
Abuse.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Nobody knows these games.
Yeah.
Arcanoid is like a thing that my 20-year students, they just don't know what that is. So it's good that you included it in your game to educate the younger generation.
Oh, thank you. So then you can use different things for many different purposes. For example, this extinguisher is freezing, so you can also use it to freeze acid on the floor, or to freeze the enemies. And then the level is becoming more and more complicated. For example, here you need to solve some puzzles. So if you go through, you will see that. Okay. You will see that this door you can open only by pressing this button. So. Okay. So to handle this, you need to move this barrel to the button. But it's not possible to jump with the barrel so much. So you need to use this thing to move the barrel there. So usually there are some small logical puzzles like that, and it's getting more and more complex through the game. So now I can have my barrel. And for example, this part of the game, you are learning how to throw the items, because some of the items you can throw. So in this case, there are some stones of pieces of uranium, and you can throw them. So if you press the mouse for for longer you can throw the things with more speed, so you can deliver the stone here and continue. The character is time commenting the situation in the rooms, and for example here you can get the X, and some weapons has different types of attacks. So for example, you can throw the axe and use it to destroy the things, the doors. And yes. Okay. Okay. So, for example, here there are spores going out from the air conditioning. So if you go too much close, you get infected, because this is how the spores are spread around the institute. And you can see the character is ill now, so I can use this musagermin to heal myself and continue. There are also scientists, some infected by the fungus, so you need to go along quite fast, because they become as zombies in some time, or you can kill them. And if you do some things, you are reaching some achievements at some point. If I killed some friendly guys, so I get some non-collegial achievement, or there are many different achievements in the game. I'm still building them, and yeah.
So how long is the gameplay at the moment? If you don't know exactly what to do, how long does it take to finish the
whole
content that you have?
gameplay at the moment is, for me, it's about 3 hours. So I think it could be up to 5 hours. It depends on if somebody gets lost in the puzzles. But I think 4 hours average. And there is a demo on Steam, which is first part of the game, a little bit shorter than the others, but less complex. It's this part I'm playing now, and it's about 20 minutes of playing.
And is this like your pet project that you don't really care if it gets released or finished, or is it something you would like to get off your hands?
The game will be released in 12/12 of this month. Like 12th of December.
So 12th of December, it's like in a week?
Yes.
So you're crunching right now, finishing all bugs?
Yeah, I'm finishing the bugs also. I found here a lot of bugs, and
yeah,
I really thanks to the people for helping me to figure out those, like to explore the game together with me. So I found a lot of bugs, but I think it's manageable.
Yeah, and since this is your hobby project that you do in your free time to just enjoy yourself, you don't really care about how well the game does, like sales-wise.
Definitely.
Just want to get it out there for people to play it.
Yeah. It's my first game.
Hopefully getting some feedback.
Yeah. This is definitely like that. Yeah.
I feel it's kind of a combination of Half-Life and The Last of Us, like thematically.
Oh, thank you.
It's a lab accident, Half-Life, and fungal zombies. But I really like the effort that went into figuring out all the mechanics and primary, secondary attack. This fire extinguisher. How did you have the idea for all the mechanics and systems for the game? Did you have these ideas from the start, or did they gradually come up?
I'm type of guy who is usually not thinking too much forward, so I did a lot of technical things, and then I tried to combine them together. So it was like working on progress on the game. So it crystallized somehow.
Okay.
So
because sometimes when people do that, some of the mechanics feel out of touch with the rest of the game. It's like with your game, you're using everything that you talked about. You use it over and over again.
I basically started with the mechanics and then continue with the development of the game. So, okay.
So, so we have like a minute still. This is your first game. You said it. The game is here at the indie showcase. The demo is available on Steam for free.
Yes.
And the game is being launched 12th of December, which means in 3 days.
Yes.
3 days. You should be way more nervous about it.
I'm quite nervous.
You
yes,
are.
yes.
You are. Okay. So good luck. Good luck with your game. It looks amazing. It looks intriguing. There's a lot of content, definitely. Please, a little clap of hands for Tomáš here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you for showing us the game. And now we have a short break, so you can refresh yourselves or relieve yourselves or do whatever you want. We're starting in 15 minutes, 15, 30. Half an hour? there's your mic.
All right.
Oh, you're talking very well into a microphone. Not everyone does that. Welcome again to our Indie Expo streaming of the games that are being presented here. We always get an author, in this case Tadeáš from Flying Red Studio, who plays the game and explains a little bit about its mechanics, about its development, etc., etc. So is there something you would like to say before you start, like introducing yourself, your studio, or you want to dive right in?
Yeah, so before we dive in, I'm a free-time worker on this game. It's in the earlier stages of progress, and we are just having this as a passion project. And so, welcome to Convergence. Convergence is a fantasy, Souls-like, I would say, fantasy RPG, where many different unique worlds, they merge suddenly into one, and you as a player, you lose everything, your family, your known ones, and on your journey, you're exploring these different various worlds. So we do like to focus on combat state, somewhat that you've seen in Souls-like, so the classic rolling and avoiding the enemy attacks. But we also plan to showcase more things, as I'll show you soon, that the player can collect more abilities and he can modify them. And we also just like to play with the environment itself. So here, for example, we have an exploder, and here we have a Tesla tower. And if I kill this exploder now, he will trigger this tower, which will open the way forward. So we like to play with these gimmicks. What you're exploring here is the first world called Voltaria. It's a revolutionary city where the population has made a permanent storm, which it harvests. The population infuses their bodies with lightning, and they make some constructs and gadgets. So that's a maybe rather long intro to this game.
No, just uncovering a little bit of your story. It's obviously, it gives me the plane of what is it? It's like a mixture of different genres, like a steampunk, cyberpunk, fantasy, superhero setting.
Definitely, yeah.
Which is always intriguing and difficult to pull off in a way that it's not a complete mess.
Yeah.
Is this game? Is this what's a placeholder in this demo, and what's a final thing? Because the graphic looks quite. There has been some work done on it. Doesn't look polished, but it's definitely impressive for a prototype. Or if this is a prototype or a demo, it definitely has a lot of work being put into the art. So how large is your team? How many people are working on this?
So I started as a solo programmer on it. I was just building the systems and stuff for year and a half. But now, for the past 5 months, I had found a graphics team, like two guys who are making graphics. They're amazing. There's also a sound artist and one level designer. So there are still many placeholders from my programmer graphics, which isn't the best, obviously. So as you see, the player is, for example, already a new model, but this enemy that you see is still our old one. In the combat, you might notice here that, for example, this enemy has a special attack that can only be countered by a counterattack projectile like this. So that's also core of the combat mechanic. And as to continue with your questions about the art, yes, the level is still built through just a couple of meshes, so there's still much more to be explored with the lightning and more detailed environment. Some of the animations, like the running on the player, is still made from me, so it looks like
it looks clunky, but it's doing its job. I can tell this is a programmer-made game by the Rain shader or whatever that is. Like you have these like technical things sorted out first.
Yeah, these are the fun ones for sure. We mostly make things for ourselves. There are a few things that are not made from us, but most of the things that you just see in the game, these are the things that essentially are the core of the game made by us. So to showcase you maybe with the abilities, so here I had a classic Souls-like role, but we, for example, really like games like Sekiro, so we have a parry, so you can deflect the abilities like this, and by deflecting these attacks, I can now deal extra damage to the enemy as a reward for the deflecting. We like to basically support various different play styles, and that's definitely the identity of Convergence, partially. We also like to play with some things like friendly fire, so here you see the exploder exploding by taking damage from the electricity, and his explosion also does damage to this enemy, so we like to play around with these things as well, and to basically abuse the mechanics.
NPC friendly fire is not thing that I've seen anywhere else. I'm just
really?
I haven't played that many games, but
I see. Yeah.
I'm not into Souls-like games. That's
Yeah.
maybe that comes from that space, which I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah, so here we do like these things, of course, but maybe to go further with the Souls-like, because I think that's a nickname for many games that are not just based on the same thing, right? And we, of course, we want to explore our own thing as well. So the core philosophy, I would describe this as Souls-like, is that we want to make difficult challenges, but very fair, like no random unfair things, for example. And the desire to basically face a challenge that is that you have to progress through, and that way you learn from it, and then when you overcome it, you're very happy and you feel rewarded for your learned skills, and you basically can repeat the same challenge anytime afterwards.
So when you die, what happens?
Yeah, so we do like the bonfire system, so you have a checkpoints, and we do like some shortcuts made in the level. So here you see a rift. I can now enter the rift, and I can either rest or continue with the level. And when I die, I will be returned to this rift. But we also like to make these permanent shortcuts in the level, which will basically make you not have to run all the way through from the start. And
oh, that's so nice from you.
Yeah,
that's very nice.
Yeah,
thank you.
The best thing would be to make the world as connected as possible. I would say Dark Souls 1 is very known for this, how they have just connected this gigantic world, and you have 5 ways of getting to the same location. That's what we definitely love, and our level designer definitely does love that one. So, yeah. So here what I'm doing is there are 2 towers that I'm trying to empower. Now I've actually just done that with this lightning, and this makes a path to this mysterious door where we can see the finale of this tutorial level. And again, it's still partially done from me, so there are some programmer clunky things.
It's a placeholder.
Yeah. Yeah. But for me personally, I really love making boss fights, so that's what we like. Here we can also see we like to play with the floor, so the floor is like partially electroized right now, which is something I don't see as often in these Souls games. So I get inspiration from other games with these as well.
It is probably hard to be original in a genre that is very focused on similar gameplay.
Yes,
is it?
Yes. But I can showcase you maybe one more thing we have. So
yeah, we have 4 minutes still.
Yeah, so we're also exploring some new, let's say, innovative ways of overcoming the same obstacles. That's what we want to like allow the, if you maybe know theory crafting. So here you can completely craft your own class. You can pick your own skills, and whatever you desire will be your character. And the skills can also be modified. We don't have really any showcases yet, but you can imagine throwing instead of one fireball, you can throw 3 fireballs, or instead of a fireball, you throw a frozen ball, which will freeze the enemies. So not just percentage upgrades, like 5% damage, but real changes. So
Different effects.
yes. So this is a Bloodsuck ability, and I've just absorbed a little bit of damage by taking the hit. But now I can, let me show you it more clearly. Now I can reactivate the ability and I can suck the life from my enemy back. So it's like a high risk, high reward because I'm losing HP while deflecting. But now I can siphon the life from my enemy and I can get my HP back. And again, here we can play around with so many unique different modifiers, like that you maybe take even more damage but deal more damage with the absorbed life. You can also combine it with other abilities that you accumulated some blood, and you can create some new abilities that are spenders for this resource.
You can create new abilities in your games. You have a system for basically crafting abilities.
No, sorry.
Or
no,
combining those?
No,
because that sounds...
finding the combinations, rather. You will not create new abilities, but you can explore your...
Like an effect chain that will have... that you can play around with. And so... I understand you can have different builds or play styles. Does this mean you also get? Does this have an influence over the exploratory part of the how you move around the level?
So I mean, Souls games don't usually jump, but yeah, we do like some platformer stuff as well. So you will get some mobility utilities, some, for example, deflecting of projectiles. Basically things that make you like wonder, like there's a level obstacle, there's maybe like some lava, and you think of how you can overcome that obstacle, and that's, for example, one of the ways you can do it. Make some dash teleports and, you know, making enough sustainable life drain that you survive the damage. We definitely do want to support these things. We also still love things like speed runs and no damage runs, so the game will try its best to enable you still play it without taking any damage. That's also essential for us.
Yeah, so thank you. Our time is short, but thank you for showing us the game. Last question. This obviously has a lot of resources put into it, a lot of time and a lot of care. What's your plan? Do you plan to convince your studio heads to actually fund this, or is this going to be your pet project for some time? What's your plan with this?
So what we really like is that we have no milestones. We essentially just do our own thing, and we'll keep polishing this until it's, you know, really good. So for now, we're just gonna keep on improving the level, or sorry, the levels. I feel like it's still a very long journey, as you have said so yourself. Like I imagine 2 to 3 more years, like two more years of generating content, 1 more year of polishing, and throughout the way we are collecting people on Discord. So you actually have a QR to join the Discord, and
that's where you have some open beta, or?
No, right now we're just sharing monthly updates and you know, engaging with the community. But yes, eventually we might want to collaborate with some publishing, but we're just not there yet. We want to make, you know, we want to get to the real game feel. I think the game feel is like 50% way there done.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So thank you for your game, for showcasing it. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
People love it. I love it as well. And we have a next game coming up.
Thank you so much for all the attention.
Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure. So coming up next is Carsick Adventure. Am I right?
That's right.
So, yeah, please introduce yourself and the game if you want, or you can just dive in, it's up to you.
Yeah, sure. So, we've made this game like primarily for this conference. It's a simple game that we've made with a couple of my friends at school. And
what school?
At the Charles University, at the Faculty of Mathematics and Physics.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a game dev program. It's great if you want to study games. And it's free to play on Steam right now in early access, so if you'd leave us a review, it would help the algorithm and help us. And I'm gonna dive in.
Please do, by all means.
Yeah, so at first I'm gonna...
Looks like a racing game, is it? Is
Yeah,
it a
it's,
racing game?
it's like an endless runner game.
Endless runner game.
So it's similar to the Google Chrome Dinosaur, one of the most famous games. So here...
First running game ever.
Yeah, yeah. So here you enter your name and then you just play the game and try to beat everyone else at the current leaderboard. We have special leaderboards even for GDC, so you can compete for prizes at our stand. And it's just a one-button game, so it's great if you want to relax. You can hold your drink in one hand and play with the other one. And you just jump and try to dodge all the obstacles. And there are these gray dots, which is a placeholder currently, but if you manage to press space again when you're hovering over the dot, right when it gets blue, you make these cool flips, which also fills up the bar at the top, and that gives you double score that appears right under the score in the top right corner. Like at first, it looks extremely simple, which it is, but it's surprisingly addicting, and a lot of people, once they start, just can't stop until they get their name on the leaderboard. So I encourage you to try it.
So and how? So this was done in Matfis. I know there are teams from different universities. Was this your case as well, or was all of you from Matfis?
No, we have. It's like 3 of us are from Matfis, and a friend of ours who's at the Pedagogická fakulta, she did all the cute art for the game.
Okay.
Yeah, and here you can see the leaderboard. It's the game developer session leaderboard, so I'm currently 42nd, which may not be a coincidence. That's a great number.
It's
Yeah.
the answer to space and universe and everything.
Yes.
Universe, life and everything.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, so it's, as I said, I'm not sure if I said it, but it's in early access right now, and we already got a lot of great feedback during the conference, so we plan on improving what we currently have. And there is another game mode on the way, which will be a bit more complex, where you race around a planet and try to score the shortest time. So it will be based on the leaderboard system again.
So you have plans with this game?
Yes, yes, we have great plans.
Is it going to be open world? Is it going to be roguelike?
Yeah,
is there
and
a crafting system?
MMORPG and all,
MMORPG,
yeah,
MOBA.
and all free to play. Yeah, and one more cool mechanic, we tried to make failing fun in this game, so you can destroy your spacebar when you turn into the ghost when you die.
So when you die, you turn into a ghost, and then why are you destroying your spacebar?
Yeah, I'll show you. Like the ghost wants to go to heaven, which stops the game, but if you're pressing the spacebar, he stays alive for a bit longer, which
so that
gets
gives you
more
a
score.
little extra score.
Yeah, yeah. So on a good run, you want to do it, and on a bad run, you just want to restart the game.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I love it. It's a very simple premise, very basic player loop, but that's the core of the game. If that works, then you can build on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm excited to hear that another play mode is coming up.
Yeah.
And so, would you racing around the planet? Can you describe it a little bit more? Because we have endless. No, well, we don't have endless amount of time. We still have like 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we've seen most of what the game can offer at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
But what's your idea about the next game mode? Will it be like this, just round,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, like the perspective will stay the same, and the physics of the car will be similar, but like if you zoom out from the map, you would see the whole planet, and you're going around in circles basically, and you are actually like tilting the car and using a gas and brake, so it's a bit more complex. And there, like, you can take a tunnel or you can jump up, and there are different like things that boost you or that might slow you down. So it will be a bit more about like finding the fastest route around the map to be the first on the leaderboards again.
And you said you did this game for GDS. Do you mean you worked on it on the Game Jam, GDS Game
Yeah,
Jam?
no, but our school got contacted by CzechCrunch, the magazine who has something to do with the conference, and they wanted a game for their web that's about Czech games. So they asked for an endless runner that could be played in the browser. So you can play it also like on your mobile phones in browser on the CzechCrunch web. So that's like where the idea originated from, and we had fun with the game, so we decided we were going to make it a full Steam release and add some other features.
And turn it into an MMO.
Yeah. Obviously.
Roguelike MMO, procedurally generated, Souls-like, crafting, survival game.
Yeah. As you can imagine, making these kind of games is quite complex. So
no, it's great to see something so refreshingly simple. Just tell me, what's about this billboards about Battle of Hořice?
Yeah,
That's like a link to a particular game that it showcases, or
yeah, it's like, since it's free to play, this is like we've cooperated with some other guys at the school, and one of them has made this game, Battle of Hořice. It's on Steam as well, so we thought it's free to play. That's great because people can give us reviews, and it's also great because we might get them to play our other games.
So this is like an ad for your buddy's game.
Yeah, exactly. He's worked on the game as well, like he's our publisher, so he put the game on Steam and stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I love all about it so far.
Yeah. Like we've tried to make the billboards a part of the world, so some people here didn't even realize it's like an ad. They just thought it's the environment, which is kind of what we aimed for.
So how can you miss this as billboard? I don't know. Maybe you're concentrating on hitting the spots and doing the spins. That's my idea is.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you're looking, it actually looks quite simple, but it's surprisingly complex. So yeah, getting like a higher score than 3000 requires to actually focus like on the car, so you don't really notice anything else.
You didn't do it now. You have to talk. I know. I am keeping you from playing your game.
It's okay.
So is there anything else you would like to tell us about the game?
Well, just that it's free and every review helps, so check out the game on Steam, and if you land top 3 in the leaderboards, you can get like a chocolate or a free beer. We have a stand right over there.
Oh, so, can I?
Yeah, we
now
have
I'm
like
interested.
A little competition.
Now I'm interested. You offer free food and free booze, and I'm all in.
Yeah. We are also the ones who gave out the flyers to everybody on the conference here. So.
You take your PR seriously.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what works and gather as much experience as we're still just students.
Is this your team?
Yeah, some of them.
No?
Some of them.
Some of them, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir.
You're welcome.
Like I said, it's great to see something so refreshingly simple and basically silly fun.
Yeah.
So congratulations, and you all download it on Steam, wishlist it, make a review so that they have overwhelmingly positive ones.
Yeah.
And we will be changing seats with we'll be changing seats with Mickey.
Thank
but
you.
we also have some time.
Leave a review.
A little applause, tiny little applause, tiny little spontaneous applause. Hi, Mickey.
Everybody, it's me again. Everything all right? So we're here to continue the GDS Indie Showcase live stream with the last 3 games, and the next one is a special one. I would like to invite Jack on board. Please, Jack, come on stage.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Same. Should I talk into the mic?
Yeah, please talk into the mic, or.
All right. Ooh, this looks fun.
Oh yeah.
That's so good. I can.
Let us switch the game. So, it's really comfortable to see somebody who is not a studio but a single person developer. And I know Jack for a little while, so I know you are a single developer, but you are also a developer in a bigger studio, right? In Beat
That's
Games?
right, yeah, Beat Games, yeah.
and we will not talk about that.
No, no,
but
no.
I just want.
We're not here to talk about that.
But we are here to talk about your game that you've been making for quite a while, right?
Yeah, exactly. Should we put it on the screen? Is that-
Oh, I think it should be on the stream. Can I ask the technical guys to figure
Yeah,
this
pretty
out?
much.
Thank you. A Kingdom to Conquer. Please tell us about.
Sure. Let me tell you. So basically, this is like a little RPG game where you basically play from the point of view of villains. So instead of, being a hero, a human, it's a normal fantasy game, but you play as a goblin, an undead, a slime. So maybe let's play as a goblin?
I do love the goblins. I've heard a lot about them.
Yeah, they are basically a very stupid bunch. That's the whole idea. They're reckless and they don't really think through their plans. And so you choose a faction, you choose a backstory. And yeah, so let's go maybe with the village idiot. So that's a backstory where you're not very smart, but you are very strong. And let's go. The world is really quite brutal, so I might die very fast.
I hope we die multiple times.
Okay, good.
We have 15 minutes. It's plenty of time to die a couple of times. We definitely want to read some of the dialogues, but the text might be kind of tiny, so we might read them aloud.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll read them aloud. So
Okay.
this is just some tutorial guy. We could provoke him to a fight, but I'll just let him kind of let us show us how to fight. So basically follow him a little bit, and he tells you, hey, let's go attack this rat. It's just a little bit of a tutorial. So everybody you meet in the world you can talk to, and you can talk to this rat, and ask him if he's got any cheese.
The rat answers.
Yeah, the rat
cheese,
answers.
cheese. Well, and now we can only attack?
Yeah. So he got really triggered by that. You said
Okay.
cheese, and he just straight attacked you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which makes sense, yeah, exactly. And so you start the combat. You can move your guy about, and you can start the combat, basically charge. And then it's just one-on-one. And at this level, this is very stupid. He attacks, you attack, and that's basically it. And I'm quite strong already, so it's all good. I killed him very easily.
But you are a strong goblin, but it's just you, and you're actually quite tiny compared to other
Exactly.
folks,
So
right?
now I'm gonna die probably because I'm one goblin and multiple slimes attacked me while I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, a brutal game, truly.
And there's 3 of them. So let's try and survive, but I can't.
Oh, do you now, when you
there
click,
go.
you attack?
Yeah, so when you
Okay.
click, you attack in the direction that you're attacking. So I died. So that was all part of the plan, don't worry. And let's load a save where you're a bit further into the game so I can show you how that looks like. Okay, so a few levels in, a few hours in maybe, you'll have a small army. So you see the small army at the top here. You might have 5 guys, like here. I have 3 other goblins, and I'm actually a little hobgoblin myself. Because I've evolved. So that's a big part of the game, is that you go from this small little goblin all the way to a massive cyclop or a troll or whatever you want, really. You just evolve to be these scary big armies of massive guys.
And you can evolve all your characters, and you recruit them, or you lose them somewhere during the playing?
Depends. You can recruit them, like the classical ways to recruit. Or you can meet them randomly in the world, and they might join you, you might coerce them, you might bully them into joining you.
Nice. Bullying them.
Yeah, it's very important. It's a goblin way,
Yeah, so everything you do in the game is seen through the goblin eyes, right? So
Exactly.
talking to humans is probably a no-go?
No, you can talk to them, but they don't like you. From the
Okay.
get-go, they're like, this guy, we're going to kill him.
Okay.
And you're about the same, to be honest. So yeah, I can show you that in a little bit, but it's quite funny. So what I did now is I just went to see some other goblins who are in a fight right now with some spiders. And we're going to try and help them.
Okay.
So let's go. Okay, so now I have a few more goblins, so it's a bit more tactical. And I'm kind of scared that they're going to rush me and kill me also. I'll go stay at the back.
All right,
cowardly.
so where are the other goblins?
They're all the way at the right, and they're going to
okay.
take all the hits, basically. They're getting killed.
All right,
So-
and how do you control all your army?
Oh,
Is
you
it-
don't. You control one guy.
Okay.
Like this, and yeah, somehow we survived.
Good.
Who knows?
I'm glad.
Yeah, but we survived, our friends didn't, as you can see.
Oh,
They
the
died.
other goblins, they
yeah,
died.
Yeah, I sacrificed them.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. That's the goblin way.
That's the goblin way,
yeah,
right.
that's the goblin way. And yeah, so you get a bit of loot, you get a bit of XP, and you get a bit of money. So let's go recruit some more people. So you can go into a camp. This is a camp. And yeah, do you want to choose some people?
I would love to
Go
get
on.
some hobgoblin, ideally, right?
Yeah, yeah,
'Cause,
yeah.
like,
I think we have a bit of
hobgoblins
money. We
are-
can get one of them, I think.
Okay, 83, but
Maybe
that's an
even two. We can
expensive
get two.
one.
Yeah,
Okay,
get-
let's get the cheap ones.
Nice, nice.
This
So
one not.
you have like 175. So
Oh,
that's the
shoosh.
max you have.
Okay, so we can
Fit
get
them in.
at least another.
Yeah, I think you can get the two cheap ones too.
Oh yeah, let's get
Nice,
all of
nice,
them.
nice,
That's
nice.
a big army, right?
There you go. You got 4 guys.
Wow, the UI is so intuitive. I love it.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but it's fair enough. Thank you for hyping it up. So one thing I want to show you is we looted a slime egg. So this is like just an egg of a slime,
Mhm.
and if I click it, it hatches a little slime and it adds it to my army.
Oh, so you don't need to have only goblins in
No.
a goblin army.
Exactly. So like it starts as goblins, and you might add a whole load of other things into it. So this guy, a slime, also progresses to other types of slime. Doesn't progress as a goblin would.
He's
And yeah.
stupid slime, of course.
Exactly. And I mean, he's a bit weak, but it's okay. It's kind of cool to have a slime in my army. So where
How
we
are
going?
goblins and slimes going along?
I don't know, to be honest. I think they seem okay.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't added any discord between different races apart from the humans.
So your army can they chat with each other?
No, but they do chat. As you do actions, they will comment on it.
All right.
So like when you charge, look right now, they have little things they're saying. When you go join a battle, they have little things when you're running away. When you're running away, they often call you a coward.
Nice.
And yeah, when you're charging, they often try and hype each other up. It's just quite funny.
And at the bottom of the screen, I can see that you can even use some spells and give orders and use items.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So
Proper
I
RPG
pause
stuff.
the game right now. Exactly, yeah. So I pause the game right now, and I can just kind of use my spells. Let's use this one. It's like a little bomb, and I can place it here, and the second I click it, it just unpauses the game.
And it also kills some of your goblins,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it kills some of my goblins. And I don't know if you noticed, but one of the goblins came back to attack me because he got hit. So when the goblins was pissed, and he was like, fuck you, man, I'm just going to... Sorry, I don't know if I'm not allowed to say
No,
that.
don't
but-
worry. It's just on Steam.
All right, all good. And yeah, they'll attack you. Sorry, I keep... I don't not use this mouse. I keep touching the...
Yeah, me too. It's the keyboard.
So, okay, and then there's locations all around the world that you can go and discover. So
And I heard about some really nice interactions in the game. So maybe you can talk. Well, first, where can we interact with other people that are not enemies? Maybe. And
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other
100%.
thing is, how is the world structured? That's the other thing.
Okay, yeah. So, what do you mean by how is it structured?
Is it randomly generated? For
Yeah,
example?
yeah. Ooh, I like this question.
Of course, I
so-
always ask it on every game.
So yeah, it's procedurally generated, yeah. So every game should be different and feel a bit different. But obviously, you might actually run into the same people. So you might make friends with a unique character that will be there in multiple games. And yeah, it's just different games, same feel. That's the idea. So one thing you can do is go and talk to everyone, basically. Some of them are more intent to talk to you, so I can talk to the spider, and they have nothing to say, basically. So I'll leave. Or I can try and talk to other goblins, and who knows, maybe they'll have something to say. So they ask, are you lost? And I'll ask them, do you have any quests? And no, evidently he has no quests.
Good.
And have you seen anything around?
It's so comforting to see a game where you just don't need to fight everybody, and you can just talk things through with them, even though you're a goblin.
That is part of the idea. I think it's quite fighting heavy, but I'm trying to make sure that you also have loads of other stuff to do. You have to be able to just chill out, and go see other stuff. Talking of chilling out, if you're done battling, you might want to go to a tavern and just rest for a little bit.
Nice.
And I'm very sad, but I never actually thought of adding drinking to the tavern, like an idiot. And so I will be adding that very shortly.
Well, we can just think of goblins as being sober.
Oh, no, they're definitely not sober. They're definitely not sober. But yeah, How much time do I have left? Because I want to
Oh,
show.
well, let me check. Sorry, we have plenty of time. We have like
Okay, okay.
9 minutes, so don't worry.
Okay, perfect. So then there's all kinds of interactions around the world that you might do, like watchtowers that give you a bit more of range view. Oh, why is he coming?
And
so
so
we got
your
attacked.
goal in the game is basically to grow as big army as possible and probably take over the world, as usually the villains like to.
So yeah, definitely that is the main goal, I would say. Is to conquer the world, as the name implies. But it's not actually forced on you. You have to do whatever you can do whatever you want. So there's basically a live economy, for example, and you could try and do a merchant run, just go from city to city trying to sell stuff. And if you look at the value of items, they're very skewed towards your faction. So rubies and diamonds mean nothing to an orc. Rubies and diamonds, they're just a shiny rock. And so they cost nothing. But to humans, if you somehow are able to fence it to a human, you'll make a whole lot of money.
Nice.
So, like...
And so you're suggesting that there is an option that you might befriend a human as well?
Well, if you're, a traitor of your faction, maybe.
Ah, nice.
So yeah, sorry about the lines. That's just the resolution of the screen. I didn't expect this resolution, but that's all good.
Full HD?
Yeah, basically. I have a terrible screen. I didn't know this resolution existed, I'm still in the 80s. But okay, so then you have chests, you have all kinds of things you can find out in the world, and I've got little dice, and see, I got diamonds. And diamonds, as you can see, they cost nothing, 3 gold.
They're dumb.
They're stupid.
Dumb humans.
Dice are worth about 10 times the amount of diamonds, That makes sense. But yeah, that's it. That's the game in a nutshell. You go around, you accumulate scales, and you progress. But let's kind of maybe show how it looks like when you're in the end game and you have a massive army.
Yeah, sure.
And yeah, you can conquer castles. So this is a stupidly strong army. And let me show you here first, maybe. So I'm going to help out my friends and...
Wow, that's crazy. I am stunned by the amount of units. So we have a Cyclops, we have some orcs,
exactly, yeah.
But they are all the goblin type, right?
So yeah,
we don't have any more.
They're still in my faction. So this is an army of the goblin types. Realistically, if you're at the end of the game, you probably have a bit of everything, unless you purposefully only hire those of your faction.
That's what I wanted to ask. Can we bring some undead on board as well, or?
Yeah. So the undead are neutral with you, so they will let you in and hire their people. But if you do anything wrong, it might go awry. So maybe don't steal or.
And do you carry this reputation to the next runs of the game?
So it's all one game that you'll one save, and the faction system will kind of go up and down. So there's a whole faction system. If you attack an undead, your faction will be more at war with them and everything. And you can start wars, hopefully gain some peace sometime. But once you're ending a game, once you finish a game, it's done. There's no multiple kind of game scenario. So this is this massive army that are gonna kill everyone in 2 seconds, right? Very easy. But let's go try and...
Can we storm some human town?
Yes. So I would love to. Now, for now, the human town is not really a town as much as it is just a massive army. I will add actual castle walls and everything. We're just not there yet in the development.
I am imagining it now in my head.
Yeah.
And it looks beautiful.
Imagine it, yeah. There's some walls here and some little houses. So let me show you some fun stuff. So this is a massive army, right? And so I paused the game right now.
It crashed.
No, I paused it. At the bottom you have spells, right? And I have the strongest spells in the game. So I have, for example, this massive bomb.
Big kaboom.
And nice little nuke on the enemies. Let me try and not die. And fire rain. I can just basically really skew the battle in my favor through very strong spells. And hopefully we win this. I don't even think we will. Oh no, we do. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
The Cyclops won it for us, right?
Exactly.
I don't feel so good. What does it mean?
There's their death. This is what they're saying as they're dying. I don't know what happened with these guys. And yeah, we win.
Yeah, we had some casualties. Well,
exactly.
We're goblins. We don't
whatever. Care. Yeah, loads of people died, but it's fine. They're still there. Some people die. Some people just get wounded. And so at this stage in development, you can't really conquer castles. It's like kind of disabled. It works, but it's disabled. So this is remaining empty, but in the future, basically, this will become your kingdom. This will become yours. And
yeah, I think the world should change accordingly
exactly
to that.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
should
yeah.
get burned, and
100%.
oh,
It
maybe
becomes rubbles.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking you might twist this around because like everybody's showing goblins as these like evil creatures that make everything scorched and stuff, but
Sure, sure.
maybe like they just really hate humans and they still like living in a forest and they take care of the fields and stuff.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for like, you know, turning the script on its head. But I do want them to be a bit brutal and a bit evil, just as long as it's against humans. You know?
Yeah, of course.
That's the idea. I think it's quite fun. Like maybe if we find a church, that'll be kind of funny. I
would
show
love
you.
to.
Okay, so there's a
burn
church
some
just now.
We have 3 more minutes, so
yeah, let's go
that's-
burn the church very quickly, and let's, you know, get some complaints on the stream. So okay, seems like these battles are going okay. So if you go to a church, basically it's just a battle normally, but you have a few options. So it tells you, you know, you're in a church. There's a few bald men in robes, and you can basically decide to either pray to the human gods, and that's kind of weird as a Nork, but they let you do that, and they just let you leave basically. Or you can go back in and pray to your own gods,
Yes,
which
let's
you
do
think is
all,
just,
all 3 in a row.
So you won't get to, you'll see in a second. But if you pray to your gods, you cover your face in blood and you start screaming. And so, yeah, obviously that starts a massive battle.
Well, I didn't expect that.
Which is why I like, you know.
I
Like,
thought that you were going to sacrifice some of the bald men to the...
yeah, I mean, that's the idea. You're putting the blood and, you know, you're clearly starting some kind of horrible ritual.
I like
And-
the humor of the game.
Thank
I
you.
also heard about this encounter with a little girl in the forest where the
Yeah.
goblins
Yeah,
find
yeah.
her.
There's all kinds of encounters. There are like the tropes, you know, like the tropes of finding a child that's lost in a forest, kind of Hansel and Gretel type thing. And instead of you having the normal interactions, which, you know, if you're not a psychopath, would be help the child. Here it might be, how can I gain something from this? You know, how can I bargain for money from their parents? You know, like
Yes.
how can I sell this child?
Can I rob her?
Yeah, can I rob it? Yeah. And so there's these kind of random events, and I think there's a lot of fun to be made in being villain and being the anti-hero in
It's
the
true.
game.
Maybe tell us in the last minute of the talk about how you developed the game, and is it lonely to be a solo developer and solo writer on the game?
I don't know about lonely. It's kind of fun, but it's mostly very depressing. And I don't mean that in a mean way, like in a down way, but just it's a roller coaster of emotions. 1 second you're like on a high, you know, you do this conference, people give you good feedback, and you're like, this is great, my game is great. And then the next, you have one bug, and you're like, my game is terrible, I will never ship. I am a terrible developer. And
Well.
yeah, so it's a roller coaster of emotions, but I wouldn't trade it for the world, and to be honest, I can't. I feel like it's not even my choice. It's like I get anxiety if I don't develop. So yeah, maybe I should just go see a therapist, but for now I'm doing this.
Well, it's game designing is sort of a therapy in its own way. We should probably give you enough feedback to feed you positivity for the next
Yeah, please
year
do.
of
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
development, because I think you already have a Steam page set up, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I just launched it literally this week, so if you can wish list it, that'd be amazing.
That would be the positivity for Jack, to go to therapy.
So I don't cry. Yeah, that'd be amazing. And random event, as I was saying. So right now, like this random event, we can finish on this note. There's some smoke, and you can decide whether or not you want to go towards the smoke.
You walk towards the smoke to a small camp where a group of human soldiers are resting. They seem like they've just escaped hard battle and have not noticed your presence.
So what do you want to do? We can either attack them right away, leave, or we can just walk up to them.
Oh, I walk up to them, of
All right,
course.
let's walk up to them. And so you walk up to them, startle, one of them unsheaths their swords. We'll go on.
Another steps in front of him and says, "We don't want trouble. Please just let us leave in peace, and no blood needs to be shed today."
And so, yeah, you have a few options. Again, tag them.
I will request a tribute, of course.
Okay, so you ask them to pay some money. And
They look at each other hesitantly. After a few months they take all out of their swords and charge.
so the important thing here is that basically you have a few options, but at the end, actually, this is randomized. So right now they're doing a battle, but you could have maybe convinced them to join your army or to give you some money and then run away.
And I guess it's also based on the reputation of the faction or stuff?
So for now it's purely randomized, but that's exactly the sort of thing I want to do, like based on your strength, based on how, like, if you've burned the whole kingdom, you know, they might not want to fight. So yeah, that's it.
No, the game looks amazing. A Conquest to Conquer?
A Kingdom to Conquer.
A Kingdom to Conquer by Jack. Thank you so much for showing the game.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Please, applause. Applaud. Applaud the evil goblins and their army. And the next for the stream is the game called Realms of Altera by Legend Has It Incorporated. Legend Has It Studios. Please come on to the stage.
Yeah.
And we haven't met, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Tomáš.
Nice to meet you, Tomáš. Please tell us more about Realms of Altera.
Okay, so
I heard it's an RPG. That's what I heard.
Yes, it's a sandbox RPG. We really don't want to push the people playing it in any particular way. So right from the start, you are going to have like a free selection to do whatever you want, and the base game loop, I'd say, is going to revolve around you speaking to NPCs, getting to know them, eventually hiring them into your party, and build up relationships with the NPCs as well. Now, what we were trying to do in the game was to use something that's called AI language models. That's a thing.
We heard about them today already.
Like GPT, and things like that.
I think everybody's heard of it.
Of course.
So far, it's been quite on the radar.
Yes. And so what we are really trying to do here was to bring affordable language models and affordable AI gameplay to the market. And when we started to work on this, there was literally no solution out there, right? These days you've got companies like InWorld and Conf.ai maybe, but they are still quite expensive. You really can't build like a game on that technology, or you can.
By affordable, you mean to be usable inside a game engine?
Yes. The thing is that the more you use the AI, the more you pay, right? And that's like very counterintuitive when you want to have a game and we want people to be actually like interacting with it. You want the people to use the AI as much as they can, right? So we went on and built this sandbox RPG, which is encompassing all the tech that we built. For this case, the eventual goal is for these NPCs to be very intelligent, make their own decisions, speak with you in natural language, and live their own life within the game world.
So the game is not AI-driven just in the dialogue like that you would have a ChatGPT dialogue with a person, but he's also controlled by some AI in the background.
Absolutely, yes. In this example, for example, you see a dude, right? He's a farmer. That's very obvious. In here, he's got some emotions, so I'll just say hello to him.
Wow, a computer with emotions.
Yeah, he's got emotions. I can also interact with him any way I want. Now,
so this is the dialogue system, basically. A text box in the corner. You can type anything in.
Yes.
When I first saw these, I think it was a plugin for Mountain Blade. I thought that this is so powerful. I can't wait for some games to actually implement this properly. And here we are, a couple of months from that point, and we already see it implemented.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you something now that Mountain Blade won't do for you, and neither all the Skyrim mods that you were able to play. Now we are talking to them, right? So they've got these emotions. She got stuck a little bit. But I also want to say that we've gotten here in about 1 year of development, right? So this is representative of 1 year of development. Now I'm going to tell him to follow me, and he will understand. So he is following me now.
You look like a very reasonable person who I would definitely follow if he talked to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I would decide probably based on the hugeness of the sword on his back.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, this like the lore that we are pushing here is a Nordic cyberpunk lore.
Okay.
We thought that nobody else would try that before, so we tried it. You know, it's got a little bit of manga in it as well, as you can see. So it's kind of like a fusion of styles, and the sword is something that you can find in games like Final Fantasy, right? So we thought it would be cool to have something like this, a little bit over-exaggerated since it's already a cyberpunk world. Now there is gods in the game that will be presented later, not on this presentation, but later in the development cycle. And the part of the gods are actual like the traditionalists, and the other part of the gods are the other part of the gods are like those people or those gods that want to bring the technology in. So they are remaking their bodies and henceforth like are cybernetically enhanced, and then there is this like clash of ideas. Now, as you can see, they are both following me now, and this is something that Mountain Blade wouldn't do for you. It is another thing.
At least I don't remember them trying this. Tell me about the. Is there a narrative that's handmade in the game, or is it all driven by this AI system?
It's literally all driven by AI. So I'm going to say a few things about the system, because a huge part of this like presentation, I would say, or me showing the game, is about the tech itself. Because to an extent the game is also is used and will be used as kind of like the edge case of our tech, right? So the tech underneath it is our in-house AI engine called Enigmation. What you can see here is not controlled by GPT. It's our own 3 different language models. Each one of them do different things. One of them is classifying what I'm saying. The other one is talking to you back, and the other one is taking care of the actual emotions in the game. Then there is an underlying database which is sorting the messages and sending them back to the game client. Now we have done this because the fact that I spoke about like affordability, that was for a good reason, right? So we have done this to build our own tech stack. It's smaller language models than you would find in GPT. It's 7 billion parameter models, and which means that we can install it on our own hardware. It can be running with a smaller amount of memory, and you can install multiple language models on the same machine at the same time, which dramatically cuts the costs. And what we are aiming at here is around 1 cent or even less for gameplay, right? If all of this would have to be managed by GPT, and you can see here that all these characters are talking to each other, right? So they are already, this is the AI.
Your budget.
Draining the budget, exactly. And so this is the AI talking to each other, right? So the gameplay currently is under 1 cent per hour, and if this would be done by GPT, it would be over $1.
This
easy.
is a crazy new idea in game development for me, that you need to take in account the costs of just the game. Talking to the player, and it's a single player experience for the players, correct?
Currently, yes. Let's see how this guy is called. Matteo. Told this guy to attack Matteo. Okay, now he is going to attack him. So it's another thing that
it's really easy to persuade them
here. Yeah, it's really easy to persuade them now because the game is currently set in creative mode, right? So this is not gonna be. You're not gonna be able to do these actual things when playing the real game. It's going to take you an effort to actually make them follow you even, right? Because it's just another part of the system which we couldn't bring yet because it's still in almost done.
Completely understand that the technology behind it is probably taken the most bite out of the development time.
Absolutely.
So maybe at what phase in designing the other systems in the game are you?
Okay, so currently this is a procedurally generated world. This, I'm going to actually go back into debug again. Okay, sorry, maybe one, yeah, there's a weird keyboard. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so
the keyboard is like an evergreen.
I can't really notice
every developer.
Okay, so the world is quite big now, but it's not the biggest. We have got 2 by 2 kilometers game world. You can find things in the world. Takes you some time before you get there. I'm going to actually find some more debugs that will. Oh my God!
The way you from what you showed us so far, it almost looks like your goal is to build a small army.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to do that. At the same time, I'm trying to speed up my my character so that I can show you more. Okay, so it's P_speed is the underscore.
It's really difficult to showcase these such a huge game like this on where you need to show a progression that could take the player tens of hours of gameplay.
Yeah, exactly.
And cram it into 15 minutes.
Exactly. It takes time. That's why I'm using debug, because normally you would be
I would love to have this
around
in the
world
game as well, though.
for a longer period of time. In here, for example, we can see the enemies, right? So the enemies are currently watching a portal. They are using the portal to enter the world. Eventually, when you are going to own a village, they are going to be attacking your village until you get rid of the portal, and eventually you'll be able to go through the portal yourself. Now, as this is all procedurally generated, we can generate any world we want. Now, we were trying to be as much faithful to a few areas as we could. One of the, or not areas, but what we are trying to achieve here in some cases, I need to find it though. Give me some time, please. Yeah,
I think you pulled the sword for the first time.
Yeah. Actually, I
so
almost killed myself.
there is a combat as well in there.
Yeah. I actually want to. Oh my God! I think the debug broke the game for some reason. So now I'm stuck on somewhere on a beach. So what we were trying to achieve here, like with the environment, was something like Croatia. If you have ever been to Croatia, it looks somehow like that, where you can see a forest and where you can see the beach itself.
Croatia is very well known to most Czech people as the holiday.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
Go-to place. So of course,
exactly.
But the northern.
And this is like Northern Highlands or something.
Yeah, I can see the inspiration there as well.
This is Northern. Oh my God! I almost killed myself. Cool.
So, but tell us about maybe like building the character, doing the classic RPG stuff. What else is in there?
Gotcha. So this is the classical RPG stuff you can see here. It's still under heavy development. We've got some things like health, defense, precision, tenacity, strength, haste, and skill damage bonus. All of these things can be influenced by the stuff that you pick up in the world. You have a classical loot system, and you can dress up yourself to increase your stats. This is the classical stuff. You cannot raise individual skills while using them in the game like you are used to in something like Elder Scrolls games. But we are trying to push something that is a little bit more straightforward, because the focus of the gameplay is not going to be only on this. Because the RPG part is really going to come from you having these friends in the game and communicating with them. So I'm not going to. I could also show you, like, we've got an actual dynamic weather system, but I'm going to show you a little bit of the combat now.
I would love to see some combat as well, because that's a big part of RPGs in general.
Yeah, I do hope I don't get killed. So this is the. Oh my God! Yeah, okay.
Does
so
the AI somehow is it somehow involved in the combat system as well?
Yes. It actually knows when to attack you, when to not attack you. It's currently there are two AIs here as well. Like one of them is a little bit more automatic. One of them is actually making decisions. I can show you that back in the village when these guys are going to talk to me. As you can see here, I gained some levels.
Nice, you
gained the first level.
murdered them.
Brutally murdered them, and I gained some stuff, and hopefully I also gained something. No, I didn't. So I didn't gain any loot. So eventually you go through this world and you collect runes. You use these runes and combine them together, and eventually when you combine together enough runes, you can enter a portal and go into another realm. Now you can take those dudes that you find here in the world with you, and then you can keep upgrading them as well.
Okay, that's the title of the game then.
Exactly. Okay.
Realms of Valkyria.
Okay. Okay.
So how many people are working on the game right now? How big is the team?
Currently the team is, oh, that's a good question. Sometimes there is 20 of us, sometimes there is 15. It really depends. We are, currently it's about 13 people working on it full time, including me. There will probably be more people by the beginning of next year, because we have also started a round for raising money for the tech itself. The tech itself, as I said, Enigmation is going to be sold as a middleware for companies that want to have AI in their games.
So basically the game is a showcase for your technology.
Yes and no. That's a question that I always get, but thing is, we love the game, right? We don't want to leave it for anything, and even when people tell us like you have to focus, like the VCs, we say okay, but we want to finish this because we started this some time ago and we want to see it through.
Well, how long have you been working on the game? You mentioned that the tech is 1 year old, or was the game
tech is older.
Okay.
The tech is a little bit older. We got something which was a demo called Loki. This Loki demo was just one dude. You were speaking to him, and we kind of like made the just connected GPT to like an external front end, right? So that was like extremely basic, but we had some from that we got a lot of experience on how to handle this stuff, how much the actual NPCs hallucinate, and how much they can actually hold to the storyline that you want to present, right? And what tricks need to be applied.
I think our time is slowly ending, but I wanted to ask about the hallucination of the AI. Does it happen? Do you take it as an advantage in the game?
That's a good question. I've got a friend who's making a game like this as well, and he's using the hallucination as a tool. Yeah. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. But what I really want to do is not for them not to hallucinate too much. Now, if you guys are going to be interested, you can stop by, play the game. We still don't have the long-term memory in. Once the long-term memory module is in, it's not going to hallucinate at all, and is going to be very story driven, but not to the point where we would break the sandbox, basically.
Understandable. Thank you so much, Tomáš, for showing the game and the technology. It's amazing.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to what you're going to do with it in the next years.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for the last game, applaud to this wonderful technology of the Legend Has It studio. And the last game we're going to show today is called Omnibullet by Arbitrary Combination Studio. And just give us a little while to turn it on.
Sorry, I should have stopped the game because it's going to kill your VCS. You have a task manager.
1 minute, please. Wait for us. And we should be... Oh, the AI broke the computer. It's coming inside and it's taking it apart, probably. The two NPCs that followed us throughout the game, they are somewhere in the processor now and fighting. Okay, let's restart the computer. It's no problem. We have time. We have time. Stick with us. But maybe we could get another chair, just so we don't waste time, right? But hopefully you enjoyed all the live plays and all the demos so far. The stream is actually on Steam right now, so some of the games are on Steam, so definitely go and play them. And thank you for sticking with us so far. So this is Omnibullet by Arbitrary Combination.
Hello.
Hello. We haven't had the chance to meet yet. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Vendula. I'm a member of our team, which has 3 members in total. We started developing the game at university in 2 semestral course.
Oh, could you move a little bit closer to the...
And now we're developing it in the evenings in our spare time when we have the energy. We are getting closer to release, which will be in February. So...
Great, thank you so much for coming to GDC and showcasing your game. Can you tell us what the game Omnibullet is about?
Sure. It's a logical game that has some elements from tower defense, but it's not a pure tower defense. Also, it has some automation elements, especially in larger levels, where there's a lot of stuff going on. It's set in a battery factory. The player is a production line architect whose task is to charge batteries that comes on the production belt. These are them. They can be charged by energy bullets, which hit the batteries and give them their energy. Until they end up here in the collector, they need to be charged, all of them, like with this lightning bolt.
Oh, another slightly educational game, because it was, we are coming to the age of batteries, I guess, and it's so interesting to me to learn more about them. And it's even maybe a hyper-local game, because there was the talks about the battery factory being built in the Czech Republic in the recent years. I'm not sure if that actually is going to happen, but it's great to see a game that takes this on its sleeve and takes it as a theme. Also, I couldn't notice, but the resemblance to the Bioshock pipe mini games in the design of the game.
Thanks. I would just
tell
like
us about inspirations. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't actually ask the question.
No, it's okay. To be honest, I'm not sure if this game is realistic in terms of battery production, but like, yeah, maybe it's an interesting topic as well. The inspiration for the game, well, yeah, I think it comes more from tower defense, because my colleague, when he was 16, he thought that he understands tower defense and he wanted to make his own one. So he made a very early demo of this game. It looked different, but he then learned that it's not a proper tower defense, but it's still interesting. So now it's more like a logical game with puzzles, like the levels can be thought of as puzzles. And yeah, I can show you more. So this is how the game started.
That seems like such a common thing for developers, and I think it's a good thing that sometimes you want to make something like a tower defense game, and when the idea finally clicks, it's something completely different and you need to embrace it, right?
Yeah, so we have a nice twist, like from tower defense. Like the main difference is that only one tower shoots, and this is this one.
And that's the energy tower? It shoots the energy that you stuff into the...
Yeah, it shoots energy bullets. These are those. Yeah, the tower shoots, and it's the only one that shoots, but the bullets that it produces are kind of weak. Yeah, they are very basic. And there are other towers that like modify the bullets to increase the strength of the whole system. Yeah, so now it took a lot of time to get some charge in the batteries, and it wasn't enough at all. So I can go a bit back and enhance the solution with these towers.
Oh, so these are like multipliers for the tower?
Yeah, basically yes. They increase the energy of the bullets that pass through them. So now they are stronger, and it takes just a couple of hits before the batteries are charged. Yeah. So the other towers really just modify the bullets that are produced by the bullet tower, the white one. Now I have another tower which redirects the bullet stream to another direction. I can let them pass through the level and maybe hit the production belt from another side, so I can...
Yeah, now I understand what you said, that it's not a properly realistic depiction of like shooting the electricity all around the factory. That's probably not happening.
Yeah. It's fancy, but definitely not very efficient in real life.
No, but I like the theme of the game. Is there more to... is there more types of batteries, for example, or is there the fail state is probably when you fail to fill the the batteries?
I have 3 lives. I can let 2 uncharged batteries pass this gate.
Okay.
So now it will be visible that I will fail. Yeah.
But you almost made it. It's half full. That's okay. Every time I get some electrical device, it's always the battery is dead and it's okay.
Previously, we had green batteries that were easier to charge. Now these blue ones take a lot more. So this is why it's failing.
And what about the belts? Are they so far just these tower defense-y belts, or do you have any other types as well?
No, the belts are like this. Yeah.
They are which makes sense, of course, because the core loop is very clear. The level that you showed us before, because this is very clear to me, but when you showed it before, there was a lot of elements, and it seems like the game can get quite complex.
Yeah, it can. I hope I will get to it. I can introduce the towers one by one, and basically now we have 4 towers. There's this last one I haven't introduced yet. That's another twist against classical tower defense, that we here don't get any money for charging each battery.
So now you collect the energy there.
I can catch the bullets that would go away from the level and recycle them into credits or money, which I can later use to buy more towers and expand the system as I play and more batteries come, so I can adapt to how the level's changing. To when I see that there will be more batteries that are stronger, I can save money to build stronger systems.
Another thing I'm noticing is the timeline at the bottom of the screen. Yeah. So that's the whole level on a timeline?
Yeah. It's like a video. It shows the full progress. Those gray areas signify when the batteries come out of this spawner gate. And also there are marks that signify important events in the level. For example, now is when the uncharged battery passed through the output gate. And I can freely rewind back and forth because it's not really about time, it's about the solution. So I can go back and make changes, fix the weak spots of the system.
I would love if this was part of the other tower defense games I played, because I always mess up and put the tower on a wrong spot, and then I can't undo it, or when I break the tower, I get only few coins back, and so this is a really nice feature. It's a very innovative feature in some ways. You also have a BPM there.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. I want to know if you're doing something with that.
We are. Is there a way that we can have music on the stream?
I can ask the tech guys, can we have music from the game on the stream? Yeah, we can.
Great.
Let's try it.
The thing is, there are 2 reasons for the BPM, right? The production belts move at a constant speed, one step at a time, and also the bullets are kind of synchronized. If I build there another tower, so it will shoot at the same time. So everything happens on a beat. And
gotcha.
The other reason is that each tower produces a sound when it interacts with the bullet. So
so it's a music-making game as well.
Yeah. and it's completely procedural. There is a MIDI synthesizer in the game, and based on how much energy or condition the bullets have, it makes a melody, the system.
Maybe can we get to a more difficult level that would
Yeah.
have more sounds in it, and we
Sure.
can get like a 30-second meditation break just listening to the music.
So this is the demonstration level, and here there are also like more advanced towers and special bullets that have so much energy that they glow, and they even like pierce through the batteries. So they pass only a part of their energy to the battery, and then they continue on their journey. So they can like this way they can charge more batteries at once before they are completely exhausted.
I have to say, of course, that sounds amazing. That the mechanics are getting deeper and deeper, and I wanted to say that combined with the music, the game suddenly has a really meditative atmosphere to it, and it sounds suddenly very unique and special.
Thank you. We hope that people like it and actually listen to it, because like nowadays it's hard because most media you consume with sound off, usually at your mobile phone. So this feature of the game is a bit hard to sell because like nobody usually like.
I would definitely put some more not like effort into promoting it, because and maybe doing other stuff with it, because it seems amazing. I haven't seen an automation game being creating procedural music yet, not in this way at least. And also, are you working with a sound designer, or is somebody from the team sound design?
Yeah, one of the guys like made the audio and like picked the tunes. Also, together they redesigned.
Maybe we can tune the music
yeah,
down
sorry.
a little bit so we can hear each other a little more.
Yeah, so they completely rewritten a MIDI synthesizer from some plugin so that it would be like useful for our game. And then they picked the sounds. And at the beginning, it was kind of discreet, so there wasn't such like ambience or echo of the sounds. It was more like informative, like this tower has bullets of these energies, so that you could really like tell what's going on in the system by just listening to it. Not that it would be easy, but you could. And later on, we like learned that it's not so nice to listen to. So actually, we had a really great consultation with Atelier Duchu, and Dominic. He specializes on sound design, so he gave us some tips how to like make it more mysterious, or like have more atmosphere so that the sounds blend. And so now this is a newer version where it's like more melodic, and the discreteness isn't as pronounced as before.
I definitely want to see you lean more into this, because that made me appreciate the game even more for its art, and not only just for its puzzle and complexity. But I think our time is slowly running out.
Okay.
So do you want to share anything else with the audience?
Maybe when we have this demonstration level, if the time's short, I can like briefly show you that there are more advanced towers, like this one, for example, which splits the bullets in three. There's like an opposite tower in some way that combines the bullets that come into it into stronger ones. And yeah, as I said, that it produces the super strong bullets that pass through the batteries. Also, there is a special tower which is like multifunctional, and depending on from which side you shoot it, it does different things. Okay. So this is the most fun part. Like if you shoot in the input with the lever, it changes the direction of the bullet stream.
Got
and
it. Yeah.
Also, like I don't know where it's gonna be visible, but like yeah, if two bullets meet here in the tower from the two directions, they will also merge into one stronger, and it works the other way around too. Like if you shoot from this way up, it gets split into two parts. Yeah, so it like encapsulates some functionality of the split tower, and also the fuse tower, and also the redirecting tower, all into one. And thanks to the fact that it can be flipped to a different side, we believe that the tower system is actually Turing complete. So you can do crazy stuff in the game, like, oh, well, this is not really a level that you would solve, but it's like a benchmark so that we can test how much can be run on a computer. But
can we maybe turn the sound on now again, just for
crazy.
a little while?
Yeah, so you can build such huge structures if you want in some levels that do a lot of things at once. Yeah, and it's a giant factory.
It's beautiful, and I'm looking forward to seeing even these levels in the game. Can you maybe tell us about releasing the game? When are you planning to release it? On what platforms are you planning to release it?
At the moment, we have a demo on Steam. So it's already there to try. It contains, I think, the first 10 levels. And in February, after the next Steam Next Fest, we are releasing the full game. I think it's 19th of February. So then it will be more like what you see at the moment, like about 40 levels plus some bonuses. Also, we have like playground levels where you can try different stuff with unlimited resources. And then maybe go back to the level you were solving, so you can practice or try to experiment.
Just, I know it's always preachy, but I would love to see this game on my tablet or mobile, because I am playing these games, and it sounds like a perfect thing to just hit a few levels in the tram every day.
Yeah, many people tell us this actually. Like we are considering it. Yeah. Currently, we're focusing on the full release for PC, but if there is a lot of demand, like we're already hearing a lot of voices there, then we can probably like make it work on touch devices also. So it's made in Unity, so it shouldn't be such a problem. But
no, that's gonna be easy. Do it, please. And thank you so much for showing Omnibullet.
Omnibullet, yeah.
It's on Steam. The demo is on Steam. It's going to be released in a couple of months, so please check it out. And thank you so much, Vendula, for talking to us.
Thank you so much, too. It was a pleasure.
So I guess that's it then. That was all the games in the Indie Zone. At least there are a couple of more you can check out. Still, you can have some time and walk around. I think we are closing at 6 o'clock again, correct? Yeah, so thank you everybody, thank you all the people that were watching on stream and in person. Please go and check the Steam page of all the games that you saw and download them, play them, wishlist them. Thank you for coming and have a wonderful GDS.